Good morning and welcome, early birds, and welcome to today's Online Darts Live League. And we will kick things off this morning, as we always do, with a best of 7 match. This time it's with Darryl Fitton and with Diogo Portela. This could be the last session that these players play, unless they have an excellent session, which will include 15 matches in total, taking us to around the 2 o'clock mark British time. If they do not have a good day, then it's off to home they go, and someone else will punch their ticket to Saturday night's finals, where Robert Thornton awaits 2 players from this group and 2 players from Group C, which will take place this evening from 9:30 p.m. British time. But first and foremost, we will concentrate on this match. Yesterday it was 4 legs to 1 to Diogo Portela in the final game of yesterday's early session. It was a fairly comfortable affair for Diogo in the end, but
100.
Judging by Diogo's social media, he just gets the feeling that he needs to keep playing, he needs to get more games under his belt. There hasn't been a great deal of action since Q School, and he didn't pick up a great deal of wins at Q School, so
85.
just needs to start putting something together. No time like the present, and the first thing I've noticed this morning is that Darryl Fitton has reverted
50.
to his old set of darts. He did a bit of flip-flopping yesterday between a newer set and the old set. And with this particular
60.
cluster of barrels, he's using the shorter stem as well. You get the feeling that maybe Darryl is a little bit confused as to which set is working better.
125.
Because after playing 4 previous days, he has had a little bit of inconsistency.
125.
There's the first singing chant of the day from Diogo. Almost melodic. This is good stuff from Fitton, starting strongly
180.
and finds the first maximum of the day. These guys have got a lot to live up to after what we saw in last night's session. Or should I say,
96.
earlier this morning, as we went past the midnight hour. Some great stuff last night, and this has been an excellent first leg from Darryl as he goes for double 16.
$38.
Too many times this week that has happened on those 2 beds. Diogo has a chance of the 135 and narrowly misses out on a shot at the bullseye.
70.
Double 4. Keeps splitting these doubles.
6.
And is down to double 1 after a very strong scoring leg. What has happened earlier in the week has returned. Diogo's now got 46, which Darryl was on after 12 darts.
Getting shot.
And he manages to pinch it. And Darryl Fitton's misery seems to be compounded by the fact that his opponents are hitting doubles that he's missing. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson, and I will drive you through today's Grand Prix of darting action, as we have just seen the first leg to Diogo Portela. Is he going to get his first maximum?
180.
You betcha! That will make him feel very good after pinching the first leg. And Diogo is part of the new generation of darting dancers, of which there are quite a few these days.
85.
Not just Dimitri Vandenberg and Devon Peterson, two of the high flyers in the game. But don't forget about John Michael of Greece and Diogo of Brazil.
60.
It's nice to see dart players sharing the things that are famous about their heritage. I like it. Coming from a small town called Blyth in Northumberland, I'm not sure what I would do in relation to dancing. Probably something similar to Bez from the Stone Roses. Blyth is, of course, famous for the mighty Spartans. One of the best non-league football teams ever. Darryl from
140.
the great suburb of Manchester, the town of Stockport, which has given us great talents in this game in the past. And it's a place that has in the past had a great academy at the college there for darts. Some very good players have come through that academy. Some of them I hear no longer play, which is a bit sad, but we'll talk about academy darts and the youth coming through a little bit more when we have Jamie Kelling play today, who is substituting for Jamie Caven, who unfortunately isn't able to play today due to an injury he has sustained to his right rotator cuff, which is particularly nasty. So everybody here does wish a speedy recovery to Jamie Caven. Fitton just trying something a little different here. The Rob Cross route for the 140 out,
40.
which was made famous, of course, by his hitting that 140 on double 16 to win his world title. And it's a shot at double 16 for Diogo. And he's not missing it. He's on the green again, and he is looking very good for a victory in this one at 2-0 up. But he doesn't want to let that lead slip like he did yesterday against Barrie Bates. Yes, that game with Barrie Bates may have haunted Diogo for the rest of his day. He did recover very well to beat Darryl Fitton in the last match of the session. But Diogo's fourth match of the day, he was 3-0 up, and then he lost 4-3 to Barrie. And we've all been there and in that situation, but you never want that to happen to you. You're so close to the finish, and you get victory snatched away from you by someone who is just having a very good day. And Barrie did have a very good day yesterday. Yeah. He joins us again in this session. He will play Jamie Kelling in his first match in match 3. And we'll also have Fallon, Sherrock and Adrian Gray, who will duel in match 2.
100.
Adrian Gray was the number 1 player yesterday, finishing top of the table on leg difference over Barrie Bates. Adrian with 8 points, so 4 wins from 5, and a leg difference of plus 10. Bates with the same amount of points and the same amount of wins, of course, but a lesser leg difference of plus 6.
85.
If they can stay in that position in the league after today's session, they will both graduate to the finals, which will be tomorrow night. But there are other players who can potentially
96.
Get over the hill and leave them on the other side of it. It's been a very good, strong, steady, consistent start here from Diogo, but he doesn't like that dart.
100.
Saves it really well. Good bounce back ability, as they say it. I wonder if that word's actually made it to the dictionary now, after having
94.
a really hot streak about 10 years ago where it was brought up on a football programme here in the UK called Soccer AM. It's become a bit of a mainstay word. Diogo just misses out on the 60 for double 18.
100.
And Fitton is in real trouble here if he doesn't hit this Perfect first dart. Tops to get his first leg of the day. Oh, that was not far off. There was a bit of wire when that point at the board. And Diogo's gone too high. He's hit 3 green doubles in this match. 2 have been good. The other one has cost him because it was too many. And maybe the tide can turn here for Darryl. As he gets his first leg of the contest, he handed Diogo one of the previous legs after misses at doubles. It's just been handed back. Now can he use it as he gets within 1? Yesterday we saw Diogo really struggling with the weight of the dart. A lot of the darts were going low, then high, and by some margin, maybe as much as an inch too high, an inch too low. But his line was good.
99.
At the start of today's sessions, the weight of the dart has been so much better. And that is why he's got himself 2 180 so far.
96.
His accuracy has been evidently much better today than it was yesterday. But there is a long way to go. Each player has 5 matches to complete. Just to clarify the position on Jamie Caven as well. All of the matches from yesterday, if people picked up points against Jamie Caven yesterday, it still counts towards the weekly table. Jamie Kelling can still qualify for the finals after playing just 1 day, but the likelihood is he's going to have to win all 5 games and hope that results go his way. So he's not going to inherit Jamie Caven's 4 points from yesterday.
24.
Again, a strong scoring leg here from Diogo. The only reason he's not throwing at this shot for a 4-0 win is because he missed double 8 and hit double 11.
53.
In groups B and C, there's only 2 sessions for the league table. Whereas group A, as Darryl knows, there were 3 days. There's a bit more room for manoeuvre in Group A, whereas it's not the case in Group B here, as Diogo does not miss double 12 this time. It's a very tidy display from the Brazilian. And is he about to pose a surprise for everybody playing this way today? Because the average is getting towards the 90 mark, and he is the favourite to win this at 3-1. Two 180s. 2 out of 3 on his doubles. Sorry, 3 out of 4. I'm forgetting about the double 11. Technically, hitting the outer ring, he is perfect. A couple of double 16s, a double 12, and a double 11, but the double 11 doesn't count.
$100.
After yesterday, Portela was on 4 points and a leg difference of -2. Win this leg here, and he would take his leg difference to +1. Get himself into the positive column, which is where Darryl, Fitton, Fallon, Sherrock, and of course Jamie Caven from yesterday were not in the positive column. Obviously, Caven's doesn't matter anymore, but he would put immediate pressure on the likes of Bates and Gray to continue to win at the top of the table.
140.
Good response here from Darryl. It'll be fascinating to hear what he's thought of his play this week. He has, of course, played. Well, this is his 5th straight day, 5th straight morning session as well, starting at 9:30. And predominantly, he has been playing the first match of the day.
60.
It's a very lonely sport sometimes when you're not playing your best darts, but you are playing a lot. You feel like you're batting your head against the wall. This 164 was for the game.
96.
Got a 164 yesterday from Fallon Sherrock, if I remember rightly. We might get a 147. And now this is Diogo's chance just to finish the job. Like I said earlier, the doubles have been excellent. The doubles from Fitton have not only 12.5% on his doubles, but Diogo has got double 16 again.
52.
And misses double 8. He could have miraculously finished this match without missing a double.
In one.
And Darryl Fitton does not miss. A somewhat quizzical end to that fifth leg as Diogo Portela misses a double at the end of a leg for the very first time. But Fitton comes back for double 5 to keep his hopes alive of getting an early 2 points. Just imagine if Diogo had hit that double 8. He would have hit 2 doubles in the match that he didn't need to hit. And he would have hit all the other ones perfectly. So he would have hit 6 doubles when needing 4. The only other match I can think of that had something like that happen was Ricky Evans in a European Tour event where
61.
I suppose technically his doubles percentage was over 100% because he had 2 double-double finishes in there, which took him to something like 125%.
100.
But the doubles percentage is only for the last shot to kill the leg. You don't get extra kudos, extra credit for a double being an approach dart.
85.
Maybe we could change the rules on that one and put a statistic in if you can potentially have a double-double finish in a best-of-7 match and you don't miss your doubles at the end.
45.
That'd be 120-odd%, wouldn't you? Well, in marketing terms, they do have some speak about doing something in the region of 1.5, don't they? 1 being 100% and the 0.5 being 50% more than the previous year. So maybe we can change the stats a bit, but I'm sure we don't want to do that. Let's keep it simple. It's one of the beautiful things about this game. These guys make it look simple. And he's made that look simple. His 3rd maximum of the match. And it sets up a 13 darter potentially for Diogo Portela. The average, he's been around 90 the whole match.
100.
But I have to say, I've been very impressed with him this morning. Double 18. Getting very close.
No score.
But not close enough. This time, after a miss, he does get the bonus shot. As Fitton is unable to find his way to a finish. You might be on double 12 after this.
180.
Oh, look at that for a beauty. That was, as the Aussies would call, a Jazelenko. Can he find it with dart 6?
No score.
No, he can't. What are we seeing here? 75% on doubles before this leg began, and he's missed 6 clean darts north of double 18. One dart to save it.
12.
And he's unable to find the double at the same height on the board, but on the left-hand side. They're seeing the funny side of it, but I can guarantee you inside they will be writhing. It will be relief for Portela if this goes in.
Checking.
And it does. Lucky number 7 at double 18, and eventually Diogo Portela gets a very, very good, eventually, a 4-2 win over Darryl Fitton. let's go straight into Adrian Gray and Fallon Sherrock as they do battle in match number 2. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League, and it's time to welcome the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrock, back to action alongside yesterday's number 1, Adrian Gray, who had a very impressive time, and he could have had an even better day if he hadn't squandered a lead against Barrie Bates. He was 3-1 up and cruising, and he managed to lose the match 4 legs to 3, which cost him possibly a valuable 2 points. But if he puts it right today with some solid displays, he should be able, from his position in the table, to get to tomorrow night's finals.
It's Fallon's running first. Game on.
Good game.
It's a morning smile from that young lady, 26-year-old Fallon Sherrock. Great to see her playing again. She played last week
60.
at the same stage. Did not get through the group into the finals. And you have to say it would be unlikely for her to get through this group, as she only picked up the
43.
1 win yesterday and a grand total of 2 points. The win that she got was against Jamie Caven, who couldn't join us today because of injury, but those points have carried over to the league table today. Had a lot of good action on Twitter already this morning. Please feel free to get in touch with us. Online Darts via
100.
Twitter and Facebook and other social channels, particularly YouTube, where a lot of you will be watching this morning or around the world. You could also be watching via your favourite bookmaker site, and if you are choosing to have a little flutter on anything today, please do so in a responsible manner. 18 plus, remember, and begambleaware.org.
41.
Just want to correct something I said in the last match, which was that Bez was in Stone Roses. It's been a long week, people. A long, long week. Bez, of course, was in the Happy Mondays. I've been reminded by someone I know quite well in Tony West. So thanks for reminding me and correcting me. I don't mind being told that I'm wrong. I'm not one of those people who thinks he's right all the time.
140.
Adrian Gray with that very useful 140 gets himself back in this first leg.
100.
That one was delivered with a bit of purpose there by Fallon. A little bit of a Mensa Sulevic one-legged stance at the end. And here's the man from Hastings in East Sussex going to pile on the pressure. 102. Stay on the 20s. Absolutely the 20s here.
95.
Because if you only get the single, you want to be left on 82, which gives you a couple of really decent options. That makes things a little bit more difficult for Fallon. 71 left with 2. 54. Oh, there's the 4. I think she's just rushed that last dart. And Adrian can step in and punish. Well, that's 17. Leaves 65. 15 for Bull is the right play.
Oh, wow.
And you'd expect someone who is one of the best soft tip players in the world to be good at the bullseye, but maybe a little bit of an early shaky one. And we've seen a couple of shaky ones from Fallon to start this one, but she does get away to double 16 and misses out on the chance of winning the first leg of the day. Adrian has double 16, but only just.
Oh, come on.
I don't think he's happy with the way he's releasing the dart this morning so far. And you can tell that he's a bit miffed at this point after not taking the leg in 7 visits. Fallon has to find a gap. And she almost did. Same result as missing it on the outside really, but just the width of a wire away from hitting that double 8 to take the lead. An edgy start to this one. Oh, and he's done exactly the same. I'm not sure if Fallon actually knew that he had hit the double 16. She just presumed that one dart delivered, and it was in the double 8 for the first leg. Double 4.
Oh, for God's sake.
And she is really struggling with an early morning release in this one. Showing a bit of frustration. You just have to brush it off. And if you can relax a little bit with it, maybe it will click. Double 4 for Adrian. Can he show her the way? He finds himself in the madhouse. And Fallon has to go back to double 8 for the 3rd time in the opening leg of this contest. Again, it's that blocker on the outside. But this time she finds it for a 30 dart leg. We'll not talk too much about that. But it is the first leg. And we're going to forget about averages for the rest of this one. But can Fallon Sherrock somehow find her way to getting her 4th point of the week? Well, it's 1-0 to her. And Adrian Gray has to somehow respond to that. Thank you to everybody who's been in touch already on Twitter this morning. You can, of course, tweet
60.
Motorstarts180 and myself at the Asset 180. Plenty of traffic this morning. Thanks for everybody who's tuning in. John Belton, one of our regulars, talking about darting dancers, of course. We can't forget about Kirk Shepherd and that very opportune moment where he had a little bit of dad dancing on the stage with Dimitri Vandenberg. How can I forget about that? I've been trying to erase it from my memory. Just like Adrian's trying to erase the first leg from his memory. Brad Bayliss getting in touch about non-league football clubs and talking about Havant and Waterlooville. Great shout. And Marine too, to go along with the Great Blythe Spartans. Sean Waters in touch, talking about darting dancers and
51.
Dirk van Duivenbode. If you can call that dancing, I'd call it gesticulating. Joe Wheeler, one of our regulars, supporting the Brazilian, Diogo Portela. Good start for him, so Joe's going to be happy. As is Tristan, who has posted the Brazilian flag on his tweet. So I get the feeling he is a Diogo fan,
100.
as we all are. That's some people asking where this is being played. Well, I'm not telling you. Same answer as yesterday. You'll all just have to wonder. We might be on the International Space Station. We might be on the moon. Wouldn't that be fun? Darts on the moon. Darts at tops. And he misses again. And I make that his 8th missed dart at a double in this match so far.
1-3-1.
Good pressure applied by Fallon. But Adrian is back for tops. Double five. He's splitting most of the shots he's going for, but not double five. Finally, he can have that sigh of relief as he equalises at 1 leg all. And we go into a best of 5 scenario from here to see who gets their first 2 points of the day on Friday. Phil from WA, who has been tuning in most of the time this week, has said, good to be back after a few days of bad weather and flooding here in Australia. Barrie Bates is doing alright, Phil. He is on 8 points after yesterday, and he will play against Jamie Kelling next. But not good to hear about the floods down there in Oz.
59.
Hope you guys are doing alright. I understand that everybody around the world has their own challenges. It's not just COVID. So stay safe down there. And a good morning to Amy, who's tuning in, we believe, from San Diego, California. We have fans all around the world. Tell your friends, come and join us.
100.
This is better stuff from Fallon,
68.
who struggled a bit yesterday with the line of the dart and maybe the release of the dart, just coming out a little bit late and a bit early sometimes as an overcompensation. But Adrian's starting to get that eagle eye back that he showed all of yesterday. He looked very, very focused, and only at 1 point was he really in trouble. And that was when he lost 4-3 to Barrie Bates, his closest challenger in this table. Seems like he's arrested the trend of that first leg and gathered himself, but still a little bit unsure as to why he's not playing as well as yesterday. They always say that darts is on the day. You can't have identical days in darts. It's just not the way it works.
118.
.142 has options, but 60 will be the first target. Using those black moulded flights, which I believe are a little bit bigger than what he's used in previous times. I think he's getting the dart to land a little bit flatter in the board than previously, and Fallon does not find their way to a double from 86, which is disappointing. Not the first time that Adrian has been on 82, and this time he misses the 25 and bull in the same area and gets the small 2 as opposed to the small 17. And it's a safe shot for 2 double tops.
72.
And Fallon has a fantastic chance here to take the lead once more. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Just look at the way that dart nestled under that guide. And the thing you don't want to do there is leave that dart short of double top. And she didn't. She has retaken the lead at 2-1. One thing I like to talk about with some young players when they're coming up the ranks is that playing darts against someone on the hockey like this, as opposed to online, and indeed online as well these days, it's about two things. It's about what you do when you're throwing the darts
100.
and what you're doing when you're not. You spend more time not throwing than throwing. So the process of being a good player is not just about what you deliver here, it's how you think at the back of the room. And online, of course, there's nobody else in the room. So you have to try and figure that out as well. So if you think playing darts is easy,
41.
it isn't. It's a bit of a head scramble. These two are vastly experienced. Adrian's 40 years old now. He celebrated that birthday very recently.
80.
He's been around a very long time. And you could say the same for Fallon, who's only 26. But has been at the top level, winning titles
5, 6,
for the best part of 10 years. Since she was a teenager. This is a much better scoring leg from Adrian Gray, who finds a second maximum of this match and gets himself on a very small number after 12. And it's looking likely that we are going to a fifth leg all square. Just about got the single 9. The second time today the single number has been just there. And again he has problems on the outer ring. Fallon not in a position to punish. But will be now, you would think.
146.
She is in position. So Adrian, be warned. Still double 8. Still double 8.
Oh, he's awful.
And he underpitches it by a good inch. And Sherrock will fancy this now. She does like double 18. An aggressive leave of double 8. And by the finest of margins, she misses out on breaking Adrian's throw to be 3-1 ahead. And Adrian is trying to figure out how he can hit this double. He's had real problems on it. Problem no longer exists. It's 2-2, but only after a scare when Fallon Sherrock narrowly missed that double 8 herself to go 3-1 ahead. It is 2-2 in this one in a best of 7 match, so it's best of 3 from here. Ryan Easton has got in touch on Twitter saying that nobody knows where we are playing, but he has a feeling it's by the seaside. I wonder what makes you say that, Ryan. I'm not going to tell you. There's got to be some mystery in life, isn't there? These days you can find everything via a search engine. When I was growing up, if you wanted to know something, you had to walk to the library. And you had to find the right book. And even then you might not find out what you want to know. It's nice to have a little bit of mystery.
60.
Ryan Waterman has got in touch as well, saying he's loving our online darts live league. The perfect distraction while working from home. Well, I'm glad we can keep you entertained, Ryan. Long may we entertain you And I hope you can join us, not just for this session, but tonight and tomorrow night's finals as well. Tom Murphy thinks that we're holding this in my back garden. Well, Tom, I can assure you, my back garden is not big enough to hold this event.
Oh, 57.
I don't know where you think I live. I can tell you I don't live by the seaside, but it's not that far a drive. I live in West Sussex,
98.
but I'm not commuting to this. I will give you that. That's your only clue. It is a COVID-safe environment. That's the reason why we can do it. You can see that they're keeping a social distance in the playing area. Adrian needs distance between himself and Fallon and would have had a shot at double 15 if that second 60 had been hit.
84.
And his accuracy today is not as sharp as it was yesterday, so maybe that's heartening for the rest of the field looking to chase him down. Fallon needs treble 17 for tops.
32.
She does get the perfect approach, but Adrian, after the nightmare of leg 1, is looking for another opportunity to break the throw. Finds double 18, and it is his best kill of the match, and maybe he's starting to make his move as he takes a 3-2 lead, and if he gets to 10 points after this game, everybody has the job of trying to catch him. It's not a good average. We're not going to embellish on how this game has gone so far. It's been rather attritional. But the fact of the matter is, it's all because of the doubling.
60.
Only 15% for Fallon and 15% for Adrian Gray. And mostly it's because of that first leg where lots of doubles were missed.
80.
And Fallon gets a really violent bounce out there off one of her own darts. And yesterday, that happened a fair deal. By my reckoning, I think she had 6 or 7 of those collisions yesterday where she had points on the floor.
100.
Adrian's starting to turn the screw now.
121.
But the bright side there, Adrian, is you had to hit the 1 at some point. You may as well get it out the way. I think he understands the concept of that. I've known him long enough.
59.
Now if he hits a 180 and a double top, all will be forgotten about that single one. And Fallon looks a little bit like a heartbroken Green Bay Packers fan, a bit cheesed off. She has to go 18s here. 60 would have got her out of jail and left 167. But the Conqueror from Hastings has 6 darts from here to finish the job. And Fallon will have a sizable break after this match. Her next game will be against Jamie Kelling in game number 6. And she may go into that game still on 2 points for the week.
93.
Lovely last dart. Just in case Adrian has a stumble. And again on the double top shot, he falls low, but it's a somewhat cautious approach. 96 remain with 2 darts.
Why are you blocking?
You sense the frustration.
No, 39.
Double top to finish the job. to swell his points for the week to 10. And that is exactly what he does. A 4-2 victory for Adrian Gray, and he is on 10 points and at the top of the table on his own with the better leg difference and the best points. It's now a question of whether Barrie Bates can catch him with a win now, possibly against Jamie Kelling, who joins us at the expense of Jamie Caven, who had to drop out through injury. Hello and welcome back. It is Barrie Bates against Jamie Kelling now, who has been subbed in after the unfortunate injury for Jamie Caven. So it's Jamie out and Jamie in.
It's Jamie throwing first. Game on.
So the 31-year-old from Hampshire joins us for the second time after having a crack last week,
60.
failing to make the finals. So very similar to Fallon Sherrock, he is having his second go to try and play on Saturday night. Barrie Bates, who has played all week long on the morning session,
85.
started on Monday somewhat inconsistently, and as the week has gone on, has got better and better and better. And yesterday was his best day, it has to be said. 8 points for Barrie yesterday, and a leg difference of +6. You get the feeling that 4 wins from 5 will make him feel so much better about
100.
what has happened this week. He's worked so hard. The only disappointment for him yesterday was losing to Darryl Fitton.
60.
If he'd have nicked that match as well, he would have finished the day on a perfect 10 points and won the daily title.
83.
But there is a lot of love for Barrie Bates out there. There was a great deal of social media traffic for the Welsh last night for Richie Burnett in what was a fabulous nighttime session. If you missed it, where were you? It had loads going on.
137.
We had Chaz Barstow with a ton plus average. He was playing brilliant all night. Loads of 180s. I'll touch on that in a bit more in a second because Jamie Kelling has got double 18. Pushes the wire.
Yeah, and 3.
And that is a lovely checkout from Jamie. He's been subbed in, but he's playing like a thoroughbred at the start of this one, causing immediate problems for Barrie Bates. Can Batesy respond in leg 2? Yeah, last night we had Chaz Barstow hitting tons of 180s.
125.
He had a great match with Richie Burnett. We had Paul Hogan winning 4 matches from 4. We had Colin Monk back in front of your very eyes, which a lot of people loved. And maybe the highlight last night was a 12-darter from Richie Burnett, which included a score of 26 in the middle of the leg. If my memory serves me right, it was 180, 26,
40.
180, 115 checkout. It's just what you do when you're a superstar and
60.
the unpredictable machine that is Richie Burnett. Well, he's got a lot of work to do tonight to try and get to Saturday's final. That's for later. Right now, it's about Jamie Kelling trying to almost break Barrie's heart.
Oh, yeah. 83.
If Jamie wants to grace the finals, he's going to have a bit of a whirlwind day and all the results are going to have to go his way. It's unlikely that you can
Come on.
do so with one day, but just never know with this game. All Barrie has to do to get the 10 points is win one match.
21.
And Adrian Gray is already on 10 points. So that's the quandary that Jamie has.
96.
Just lost his way on the scoring in this leg. Jamie Kelling, nicknamed JK. As Barrie Bates goes for double 16. It's not his biggest checkout of the week, but that was a belter. He has had a 161, he's had a 160, a 140, and now to add to that for the week, it's a 152 to equalise at one leg all. Of everybody, he has been the best or the most polished and exuberant finisher with all of those big outs. Stunning shot there from Barrie, who is most definitely playing better at this point of the week than he was earlier. Just proof that maybe some players need a few games under their belt,
100.
need to get used to playing with someone in the same room once more. But JK at the back of the room there,
140.
it's obviously because of his initials, it's nothing to do with Jamiroquai or the author of the Harry Potter books.
40.
But Jamie Kelling, I am reliably informed, is a fine talent from the county of Hampshire.
100.
And if you have seen the picture of New Kids on the Ocky with the likes of Michael Smith, Joe Cullen, Aaron Monk, and all of the other
60.
young lads on that show that graced our TV screens a while back, Jamie Kelling is in that photo.
45.
Jamie Kelling was indeed one of the hottest talents around, maybe hotter than Cullen and Michael Smith and Aaron Monk. He was thrust into the big time at a very young age. But it doesn't work out for everybody.
40.
That's a lesson for all you young dart players. Jamie looking to rediscover the lead at 2-1 with tops.
Yeah, and 3.
It's a very fine finish from Jamie Kelling, and he's making things very, very difficult for Barrie Bates here, it has to be said. Can Barrie find another leg from somewhere? He might need something like that 152 from leg 2 if he's going to do so. Barry's 100% on his doubles, but he's only had one shot in 3 legs. So, to Jamie's credit, he has denied Barrie the chances. And yesterday, when Barrie beat Adrian Gray from 3-1 down, he did not, as he hits his first maximum of this contest, he did not afford Adrian Gray another shot at double after leg 4. So Adrian Gray lost that match with a 100% checkout rate. That just goes to show how well timed all of the shots were for Barrie yesterday. This has been a decent match as
76.
Jamie flashes a smile. Just wondering how topsy-turvy this match is, and it is topsy-turvy as Barrie Bates goes for double 8.
80.
And he narrowly misses out on a 12 darter there. There is a chasm between the averages. Almost 20 points. And Jamie Kelling's in front. Double 8, and that is awkward. Doubly awkward. And if Kelling hits this, Barrie Bates is going to feel particularly sore. Single 19. Confirmed.
Nah, Jamie. 81.
Good last start. To leave himself handily placed if Barrie keeps missing doubles. But he doesn't keep missing. He pots the red and gets himself 4 points, not 1. In snooker terms, of course. But it is 2-2 in this one. And we are none the wiser as to who's going to get the 2 points in this as we go into leg 5. More tweets coming through. Again, Phil from WA asking whether I will be gracing the stage anytime soon. I've got surgery pending, so no darts for me in the near future. But hopefully a little bit further down the line.
57.
I've been asked if I'll be commentating on the up-and-coming Premier League. I won't be.
100.
Because I don't work for the network that does the production. So you'll have to make do with the likes of Mark Webster, Wayne Mardle, and the rest of the team. I may be doing some writing for the Premier League. Doing some blogging for it, so please keep your eye out for that one. And my opinions of this upcoming Premier League will be published. That 152 that we saw from Barrie was his 6th ton plus checkout of this week.
131.
He has been the most impressive in that department because most of them have been huge.
60.
Kelling looking for 13 darter and he may get a 14.
Yeah, into.
That's a really, really nice little sneak on the inside of that barrel. He's a very tall lad, is Jamie Kelling, the 31-year-old, and he has now hit the front, and he is causing problems at the top of the table when he joins us today. 3-2 ahead. Just get the feeling as you look at Jamie Kelling at the back of the room that he's genuinely enjoying this bonus experience. He's coming in today with no pressure. He's not going to make the finals unless he has a perfect day and everybody else has a nightmare.
59.
So he can be the spoiler today. Forget about his JK darting nickname, which is... It's not that inventive, is it? He could be the spoiler. And playing the way he has, at times in this game, he could cause a lot of problems for the likes of Darryl, Fitton, Sherrock, Bates, Portela and Gray.
140.
So Barrie's got a graft to take us to leg 7 and to potentially try and break the throat of Kelling,
140.
which he's not been able to do in this match so far. He's not going to get another ton plus finish,
95.
but he is going to leave it handily placed. This game rattling along at a fair old pace.
57.
Double 18. Now double 9 for Barrie. And he will be borderline disgusted with leaving 9, which is not simple when he returns.
100.
Got to be really careful here. Kelling is ready to pounce if you miss this, Barrie. Oh, how was that missed? It nestled under the barrel. He went for the guy to bounce it in, and somehow it did not find the back of the net. Jamie Kelling will get 1 dart for the match,
Yeah.
and he is the spoiler. Oh, 4-2 to Jamie Kelling, and he has caused a real upset there with Barrie Bates at the top of the table, or towards the top of the table, with Adrian Gray, has stumbled, so he has work to do. As we go into the next match, which is Darryl Fitton against Adrian Gray, our table topper. Every match has been 4-2 so far. We've had a 4-2 win for Diogo Portela, a 4-2 win for that man right there, Adrian Gray, over Fallon Sherrock. And just now we've seen Jamie Kelling joining us today, taking out Barrie Bates by 4-2. Will that trend continue in match number 4 of 15? We're about to find out, as Adrian will throw first in this one. If Adrian can find another win here, he will open up a 4-point gap at the top of the table, and his place in Saturday night's finals will be getting very, very close.
It's Adrian throwing first.
If his challengers stumble and he continues to win, then he may have his final spot by the middle of the session. To his credit, he did need a bit of fortune at the start of his game with Fallon Sherrock, as he missed quite a few doubles, but he polished things up and ultimately was the better player. More tweets coming in about what we've seen this morning already.
44.
Jordan Plunkett has been watching the action, and he's been a bit impatient for my reply to his tweets, so you'll just have to wait, Jordan. Yes, I will reply to your tweet. I am replying to most of them.
97.
But for replying to your own tweet, which is not cricket, I'm not going to answer your question, so there you go. Sorry, Jordan. This looks pretty useful.
140.
And Darryl has not changed his darts from game 1 to game 2 like he did yesterday. He's sticking with what he's got here, which is good to see. People saying that
90.
Jamie Kelling has a very loopy throw. Well, that's true. Nothing wrong with a loopy throw. You have to understand, it's not about how you deliver the dart, it's about where they end up.
134.
And apparently Jamie Kelling's nickname is the Yellow Submarine. Ben Simpson has told me that because he's his captain, apparently. Well, can you imagine him walking out to that song from the Beatles?
100.
That would be something. I think a lot of people might want to see that in Liverpool. There's a dream for Jamie in the future, potentially, if he makes the big time at some point.
5.
And yes, Calvin Brookshaw, he is 31, I assure you. The likes of Cullen, Michael Smith, Aaron Monk, they're all around the same age. Quite incredible. We all think of them as young players.
100.
31's not particularly young anymore. And this young match could be 1-0 to Darryl Fitton if he can find double 7 for a break of throw.
In 3.
That's really, really good. And that will make him feel so much better because this week, and in particular in his first match today, he was not that sharp on his doubles. So that's a nice kill from Darryl to start this match off. The chasing pack will continue to hunt down Adrian Gray in the next match with Diogo Portela and Barrie Bates.
57.
But you may think that this is a must-win match for Fitton, and I agree with that. Because he only has 4 points. And after losing his first match today against Diogo,
59.
the best he can do is amass another 8 points from here to get to 12. Is 12 points enough to get to tomorrow's finals? I'm not so sure.
180.
But I can guarantee you this, if Fitton does not win this match, he will most definitely not be going to the finals. It's a knockout tournament now for Darryl Fitton, in my opinion.
100.
And he has responded with some excellent darts in this match so far. Should have gone 19s in the last dart. I know he's got a big lead, but it's just a bad habit to get into, to leave bogey numbers. It's something you just don't see with the younger generation of players now.
180.
And Adrian Gray gets back in the leg, leaving a bogey number of his own, but he didn't have a choice. When learning to play soft tip darts with Adrian Gray a few years ago, he hammered into me. You can't waste one dart in soft tip. Soft tip darts is about possibly missing one dart in a leg. He hasn't missed a dart in his last 5.
130.
And 6 is good too. Leaves 32 from absolutely nowhere. And Fitton sensibly tries to give himself one guaranteed shot at the outer ring, which is a double 16.
In 3.
Oh, what a delightful leg that was from Fitton. He made one mistake in leaving the bogey number, and unfortunately for Adrian Gray, who played fabulously well, Darryl was able to find the 92 checkout on double 16. 6 perfect darts to finish the leg, but unfortunately Fitton was already in position. Just a little snapshot of what Darryl can still do. Yes, he has been inconsistent this week.
40.
He did find himself towards the bottom of the Group A table. He finished in 5th position on 8 points after 3 days. Barrie Bates got 8 points in 3 days
100.
from the same group, and he got 8 points yesterday alone. Just goes to show how the next day can be so different to others gone by. And
35.
don't question how much a win here for Fitton will open up the table again. The likes of Fitton, the likes of Portela can still hunt Adrian down at the top of the table, but they must have a favour here from the big man from Stockport. Just having a leg off here, failing to score at all really. And the most impressive statistic so far in this match is the fact that Darryl has not
87.
missed a double. He's not had any real decent spells of doubling. That has been his big Achilles heel this week. This is better.
100.
To get in the match, needs to try and find something that Barrie Bates has done this week. Plenty of ton plus finishing.
94.
Just under pitches the third dart. And you see from that camera angle there, pointing towards the board, just how flat Adrian's darts are when he retrieves them. In direct contrast to that of Darryl, who gets them to land very upright. So two very different game plans for these players in trying to do the same thing, which is to win a leg of 501. 16 darter for Adrian Gray halves the deficit, and it seems like the hot spell from Darryl Fitton has just petered out a little bit, and now he's got to try and find it again in leg number 4. Well, Adrian has been in touch with me this morning just to have a little natter about how he played yesterday. I did run into him a couple of times yesterday, and he said he was very pleased with the way he played, but he was mulling over that defeat to Barrie Bates a little bit. He knows he should never lose from 3-1 up in a best of 7 match, but it's happened to us all at one point. I'll share a little story with you guys about a tournament in Ireland that I played in once. I was playing Joe Cullen in the last 16 of the Irish Masters on a Saturday in Killarney. And Joe was 4-1 up against me. And I'm thinking I'm going to have to do something really special from here to win this one 5 legs to 4. I managed to do so, and I ended up making the final that day, losing out to Mark Walsh. But I did find out around the time where I was playing the semi-final that the last 16 match was supposed to be best of 9. Sorry, best of 7. So technically in that match, I lost 4 legs to 1, but because we were told that it was best of 9, I won the match 5-4. It was one of the most puzzling days of my career.
81.
And the difference in prize money between the last 16 and the final was 10-fold. So somebody was looking down on me that day. Just one of those quizzical stories that will make it to my biography one day, when I can confine myself to a log cabin and write it for a period of 6 months. Darryl Fitton has arrested that short trend of bad scoring in the last leg and is going to put himself in a very, very tidy position here if he can continue to find the outer ring with perfection. Double 16. Adrian watches on
32.
and sees another miss from Darryl. And has to try and stay on point here in case Darryl has more misses.
$100.
Bare minimum you feel to leave the 2 darter. Double 8 for Darryl to re-establish that 2-leg cushion. He's had real trouble on double 8 this week for whatever reason. You get the feeling he has no idea how he has missed that double, and I can't agree with him more. He has wired double 8 more than anybody this week.
60.
And predominantly, he has wired it on the outside. Now, Darryl's made of tough stuff. I wouldn't want to be double 8 right now.
In 1.
And there you have it. Show him who's boss, Darryl. And double 8 has been told off. As it's cost him too much this week. It did not cost him leg 4 though. He's 3-1 up against Adrian Gray, our league leader currently. Now Adrian's got to believe that he can do to Darryl what Barrie Bates did to him yesterday. And he
140.
starts with a purpose. Well, Ronnie Blythe has got in touch on social media asking about our one confirmed finalist this week so far in Robert Thornton. He wants to know what I think of Robert Thornton's form recently. We all know how good he is. And he personally thinks that he will make a push right back up to where he was at one time. Well, here's the thing, Ronnie.
60.
It's never a guarantee. We're all human beings and we all age and things can break down. Life happens. And life has definitely happened to Robert. But
55.
his ability has never been in question. But we are not eternal, unfortunately. And people have to make way for life and aging at some point. But I'm with you. I think Robert Thornton is far from finished. He's far from finished in this Online Darts Live League. And as far as his career is concerned, he thinks he's not finished, which is the most important thing. So thank you for your query and thanks for tuning in.
129.
3 trebles there for Darryl. Unfortunately, one of them is a small one. Yesterday, Adrian Gray got a 4-1 victory against
45.
Darryl. And Darryl's looking to flip that around and get his first win in this group since beating Fallon Sherrock yesterday in game number 8. So it has been a little bit of a drought. Hasn't won in his last 3. And again the bogey number is left. On this occasion he could be punished for it. It's a beautiful 140 from Adrian Gray to stay in this match. If he can negotiate the 56, it will be game on.
One 137.
Superb approach. And this is the point of no return as Adrian Gray goes for double 4 and stays in the match with a pitch perfect shot. Now, I'm not a big advocate for going for the treble 16 in that spot, but it worked for him and it's got him to 2-3 down. Just 2 more to go. This is the big one though. If he can find the break here, Adrian, he will be the favourite for the match. And this is where you've got to be aggressive when you start the leg.
125.
That's aggressive and accurate. Got to keep pace with him, Eddie. Got to keep pace with him. 2 trebles required.
100.
And with the way he throws his darts, he's better off under pitching a dart and giving it the chance of slipping in the treble off the guide than over pitching. With Darryl, he's better off throwing it harder
60.
and trying to bounce in off the dart above the 60. Again, Adrian trying to keep pace. A 1 treble visit will keep in touch with the Dazzler.
80.
And you can tell that the pressure is mounting in this one. He doesn't want to lose this match. He wants to get that 4-point gap at the top to make things easier for himself for the rest of his campaign.
60.
Got to raise the bar and find that. That is excellent. World class 140 from Adie Gray, who takes a 55-point lead after 9 here. Putting pressure on the Dazzler on his throw. This game is far from finished.
61.
And he has the darts all of a sudden, does the Conqueror. He's looking to take us all the way to the 7th leg for the first time today. Every game has been 4-2 so far.
100.
And Darryl Fitton will hope that that trend continues. Downstairs, the 171 with 3 treble 19s would have left double 12.
29.
But Darryl fails to get to a finish even. He's left a bogey number for the 3rd time in the match. And that's exactly what Adrian wanted to see. 82 with 2. And usually I'd say go for the treble 14 and tops there, but I like that approach when his opponent is not on a finish. I like the board management there. I think that was spot on. Is this one creeping away from the man from Stockport? It may be if Adrian finds tops. And remember, he will start the next leg if he can find 2 20s. It's particularly awkward. And how has he missed 3? Well, they're all on the wrong side of the wire, Adrian. You don't get anything for free in this game. And he's gone 18s first, so that leaves 71, which was an old school approach for 125. Get the feeling that the bull 25 bull route was the better way to go. He robbed himself of a slightly more probable shot. 59 left. And he's hit double 19 to leave 21. That could be awkward, as they both see the amusing side of that shot. Darryl won't be laughing if Adrian finds tops with his 4th attempt. Or his 5th. And double 10. Oh, he's found it. So 3-3 in this one, and it looks like Adrian Gray still has the chance to get himself to 12 points. Just double checking there because he's on 10 points as it stands. He will throw first in the 7th leg. Bob Crawshaw's been in touch, an old friend of mine. Says he's watching the Online Darts Live League whilst reading the Shane Burgess autobiography called Everybody Gets 15 Quid. If you have not read that book, I would highly recommend it. I read it as soon as it came out. And some of the stories from Shane, from his career, are well worth reading.
6.
And of course, it can't be ignored that Shane Burgess is from the same town as Adrian Gray. Hastings in East Sussex, on the south coast of England.
59.
Not the ideal backup shot to a starting 140 for 80. And he may be forced to go 18s first here, but he doesn't really have to. With Darryl Fitton not able to leave a finish after 9. You can't leave a finish from 3, 4, 5. And that's why he's gone 20s first.
$76.
And if I was grading him for that visit, I'd probably have to give him a C-. It had a treble in there, so it had some kudos. But Fitton, well, you'd have to give him an A- for that. That gets him back in this leg and definitely back in the fight. Remember, if Fitton does not win this game,
140.
he's not going to make the finals because of his league position. And Adrian's second 140 of this final leg of the match could be a telling factor, but here comes Fitton. And he goes for the maximum to leave 25 for some reason. It's probably a good thing he didn't get it. Adrian gets a shot at double 7 for the match. And he was ultra aggressive going for the top portion. And he's got himself on a very small number, hoping that he gets a shot at it. But Darryl Fitton gets match darts himself. And he finishes the job in clinical style. That keeps his hopes alive, only just. But it looks like Adrian Gray has to go back to the drawing board after a very small miss for the match. 4-3 to Darryl Fitton as we go into the next match, which is Diogo Portela and Barrie Bates. 2 people from the chasing pack. Who's going to be smiling after game 5? Because Darryl Fitton has just done these guys a big favour. The league table in Group B has been slightly condensed by the fact that Adrian Gray missed double 7 for the match and did not swell his points to 12, creating a 4-point gap over Barrie Bates. Barrie, who's already lost to Jamie Kelling today, can't continue to do that if he wants to remain at the top. He is still currently in second spot, but he now has Darryl Fitton and Portela on 6 points just behind him, and this is a key game if Barrie wants to find his way to the top. Some start from Diogo.
140.
There's been a lot of love for the way he sells his scores and how he says them.
100.
If you haven't had the chance to spend any time with Diogo in the past, he's a very nice individual. He's incredibly honest, emotional,
96.
and hard-working. You have to admire everything he's done in his career because it hasn't been easy. He's been a bit of a lone wolf coming over from Brazil with his family. Who's to say that all the hard work won't pay off for him in the coming
83.
seasons? And who's to say he won't make Saturday's finals here with the Online Darts Live League, because he is firmly in the frame now. But you have to say that this is probably the most important match of his group so far. Started the day with a 4-2 win over Darryl Fitton, and that's proving to be a major asset now, because he took points off that rival. He's looking to take points off this rival.
57.
And what could be key now, when you look at later on, is he plays Adrian Gray in the last match of the day. For a 15 darter, he's got double 8.
Attacking 3.
Very tidy start from Portela, who gets an early hold of throw, and Barrie Bates has got early trouble once more. He had the same stuff against Jamie Kelling. Can he stop Diogo Portela from going on the same points as him in this match? Highest finish of the day, of course, came from Barrie in his first match with Jamie Kelling. A 152. But that last match of the day could be huge.
60.
Will Adrian Gray already be in the finals come game 15? Will Diogo need to beat him
60.
to get into the finals? You'll have to stay with us throughout the entire session to find out. It
81.
has to be said, the concentration of the scoring from Diogo today is much better than yesterday. What I mean by that is
41.
the grouping of the darts around the treble 20 has been much more concentrated than yesterday. We sprang the darts high and low, left and right yesterday. But you can tell that things are a lot sharper today.
80.
Diogo does have a PDC title at secondary level as Barrie Bates finds his first 180 of the match to leave himself handily placed on a 2-darter after 12. Diogo has won a Challenge Tour event. They're not easy to come by. He won that
40.
3 years ago in 2018. He'd love to have another crack at more Challenge Tour titles sometime this year. Tops for Barrie,
Yeah, give me 3.
and that finishing prowess of Barrie Bates continues as he levels this one up at 1 leg all after 2. If we're going to have another long match, because they've all been long matches so far, then who has got the opportunity to win this one? It's still up in the air. Good standard in this match. Barrie with an average of just
60.
under 91. Diogo 96. Best average of the week came from Richie Burnett. 109 in beating Robert Thornton 4 legs to 0 on Tuesday. But we have seen some other standout averages from Thornton, from Joe Davis,
100.
and last night from Chaz Barstow, who had the best individual stats.
100.
Those guys will return tonight from 9:30 PM British time. So you'll have the likes of Chaz Barstow, Joe Davis, Paul Hogan, Richie Burnett and Colin Monk back tonight
60.
for the last qualifying night before tomorrow's finals. And then we will crown the Week 2 champion
60.
tomorrow evening as we finish up the day sessions with this one here today.
$83.
I'm very disappointed that we haven't had any 174s today, because I've been thinking about a few things lately. We haven't had any belting 174s from Anthony Dundas in a while, and I miss that. Diogo, you've got to deliver it now. Oh, and he nearly did it.
34.
Oh, I'm going to return that crystal ball. That would have been so funny. I didn't even realise where he was in his score. I was just popped into my head. I thought, I'd love to hear a 174. And he almost hit one. Well, he's looking to hit double 8. From the right hand side of the hockey. He glances off the flight, but not enough. $83 left with 2 darts. That makes things a bit more difficult. Well, there's the 4. 80 left. And he got 80 in the last leg, but that's a visit he'd want to forget in a hurry.
Tracking 1.
Double 8 for the Brazilian, and he rediscovers the lead at 2-1. So Barrie Bates will have to forget about that last visit in leg 3. It was a bit of a nightmare. He did not get to a double from 84, but can he get the 4th leg? That's the question now. If you want to talk about walk-on songs this morning, Barrie Bates is well known for walking on to House of Fun by Madness. I remember when he walked on to that at the World Championship quarter-finals back in 2009.
40.
His best run at Alexandra Palace, where he lost to Mervyn King, I believe.
85.
But Diogo these days is walking on to DISCO by a band called Ottawan. I think that's a play on his name. He's trying to get the fans to
100.
sing DIOGO, which I really like. Just want to get some fans.
180.
And there is a 180. It's BATES and the SIXTY.
$44.
Doesn't quite have the same ring to it, does it?
$99.
Good leave of 96, and Bates is continuing this trend of the stronger player being the one that starts the leg.
140.
But that is a fantastic approach. Barrie Bates gets the 96 checkout, and it's a 14 darter from Barrie. You get the feeling that the sharpness he has cultivated over the course of the week is starting to show when he needs it. 2-2 in this one as we go to best of 3 for the remainder. The Diogo average is 92.4
88.
currently. Barrie with an 88, but it looks a little bit better than that. I think it's been skewed by that
59.
poor ending to leg 3 for Barrie. I've had a question on Twitter from Tom Murphy asking about the Premier League lineup. Well, I think the Premier League lineup is pretty accurate
46.
considering what Johnny Clayton's done in 2021. I suppose the only one that you could talk about is James Wade, who's currently the world number 4
140.
and is not in there. The highest ranked player not to be in the Premier League in its history. So it is a funny one, but I like what they did with the Masters this year, using the final as an eliminator.
137.
I think it was immensely fair, and you've got to change things up now and again. I think it'll be a very interesting Premier League. I do think it's the most open Premier League we've ever seen. And I know that's a cliche because it's coming up and we're trying to hype it a bit. But the current champion is not in form. There are question marks about the world number 2.
60.
We have had a title win this year for the world number 3 and the world number 1. And of course, one of the hottest players in the world right now in Johnny Clayton. So I'll be fascinated to see how the campaign transpires in his first few weeks in Milton Keynes. Diogo looking for that second treble. Got a perfect guide for it.
100.
And you wouldn't blame him if he was disappointed with just a ton there. Bates is starting to find that first dart. Can he find dart 3?
Yeah.
Oh, finishing machine, Barrie Bates. You are a machine. I'm not doing my Jeremy Clarkson impression, I promise you. But he's 3-2 up, and he is chasing down Adrian Gray with every single dart in this one as he takes the lead for the first time. One of my favourite Barrie Bates stories was
140.
the 2010 World Cup, which of course was to my detriment. When he made the final, he made a joke about the fact that Mark Webster carried him through to that final, apart from that one checkout against Australia in the semi-finals. And the running joke was that Mark allowed him to go and buy a Range Rover after that tournament. Honestly, can say that if you have the opportunity to share a giggle,
100.
a conversation and a libation with Barrie at some point in your life, just do it. You won't forget it, because he is an incredibly jolly guy, and he won't be jolly after that.
25.
Show me to get
No,
Well, Diogo, that's a nice bit of chivalry there, but you're actually not allowed to get it for him. That's the time we live in, I'm afraid. Darting chivalry is no longer applicable.
60.
There used to be a Welsh player that Barrie knows really well called Steve Randall. And he's a good player, but he had a bit of a sore back. So he used to bring one of those litter picking sticks. And if the dart went on the floor, he'd use that instead of bending over. I think he put a magnet on the end of the stick.
85.
So he could just poke the magnet on the dart and use that to get the dart off the floor. Curious stuff, as Barrie Bates is looking now to leave tops.
100.
And that's what he has done. Diogo is being pummeled by Barrie Bates all of a sudden. And he will remain on 6 points now that he's not going to take the 160.
85. Oh, sorry, 75.
Tops for Barrie to get to 10 points. Double 10, his third match dart. And he's missed. Will he get another? That's the question now. .66 with 2. Gets a shot at the bullseye to keep the match alive.
41.
And drags it high into the left. Double 5 for Barrie for his first win of the day. And that's what he gets after losing to Jamie Kelling 4 legs to 2 earlier. He flips things around and gets a 4-2 win, a vital 4-2 win against Diogo, one of the chasing pack. And we now have 2 players on 10 points, Adrian Gray and Barrie Bates. As we go into match 6, which is Fallon Sherrock against Jamie Kelling, which shouldn't have a bearing on today's qualifiers. Welcome back to game number 6 of the day. We're approaching the middle section of today's schedule. And Jamie Kelling, who has 2 points today so far after a 4-2 win against Barrie Bates, is looking to double down and get to 4 and also be the first player to get to that mark. And very interesting twist. If Fallon Sherrock can win this game against Jamie, every player today will be on 2 points. And it will make for a mathematical nightmare going into the middle portion of the games for today, to figure out who is in what positions. Change of flights for Fallon Sherrock in this one, going for the slightly deeper pink with some pattern on them. She was using the somewhat iridescent or translucent version of her flights previously this week, but sometimes you just need to jazz things up. Group B table is as follows. After 1/3 of the action today, we have Adrian Gray at the top on 10 points and plus 11 in leg difference. He has company on 10 points in Barrie Bates, who has plus 6 in leg difference. And then we have a 4-point gap to Darryl Fitton and Diogo Portela. So, definitively, with 10 matches to go today, it is Bates and Gray who are looking likely to progress to the finals.
60.
Steady stuff from Fallon in this leg, but Kelling has been excellent. And he's got the shot at the ball. He didn't fancy it. It's my first time watching Jamie Kelling play. It's times like that where you learn about what a player likes to do. If it was Aaron Monk, I'm sure he would have gone for it. But he's not Aaron Monk.
Yeah, well,
He's Jamie Kelling, and he's just hit a 13 darter to take the lead. You get the feeling that Jamie Kelling has got no pressure on him whatsoever today, and he could have a very good day without making tomorrow's finals. Just imagine substituting in for the injured Jamie Caven, having a really, really good day. He could potentially get 10 points, of course.
70.
If Bates or Gray win one more match, they take Jamie Kelling out of that equation. They will get to 12, and Jamie can't catch them. But it doesn't mean he can't win the table today. And the way he's played so far,
100.
I wouldn't back against him. He's been very tidy. There has been a fair bit of frustration for Fallon today. She's not been playing her best darts the last
96.
week or so. There have been flashes of brilliance. But Ladies Darts really has suffered over the last 12 months.
100.
Whereas the top level of the sport, the PDC Tour, has been fabulously run to allow the elite to continue. Some of the other areas of the game, it's been a lot more difficult to facilitate. The PDC did have a women's series, of course, to try and give them some qualifiers for Ali Pali, which was really well deserved. But the ladies' game are not getting the same
100.
sort of reps as the men are at the top level. And we know that Fallon Sherrock, alongside a lot of other lady players, are the elite of the sport. The likes of Corinne Hammond, Lisa Ashton, Anastasia, Mikuru, and many more, as Jamie Kelling looks at double eight twice and misses twice. Kelling looking to finish leg 2 rather quickly, and does so. It's a fine display so far for Jamie Kelling, who is averaging around about 94, and that is too much for Fallon to handle at this point, and you wonder whether she can get back into the match from here. I was talking yesterday about the amount of
100.
titles that Fallon has won at the age of 26, and how she's almost mimicked the likes of MVG and Bristol with getting so many titles by that age. Well, of course, MVG and Bristol became world champions. Fallon has not done that yet. She came close, getting to the final 6 years ago. I suppose we're all wondering whether there will be a Ladies World Championship again, and I suppose all the darts fans right now are wondering, I wonder where Makuru's trophy is. If you don't know the backstory about trophies,
60.
you need to tune into online darts and read a few more articles in the newspapers based on what's happened in 2021 so far.
48.
Kelling about 100 behind.
Come on.
And if he has a tendency, from what I've seen today, it is to stray into the one. He looks like he does stand left of centre on the hockey. So he's throwing across the 20.
60.
It's very unfortunate there for Fallon not to get that treble 20, but she finds herself on 138 for the second leg in a row.
137.
And Kelling finds himself on something easier. Different result on the 138 this time. She does leave tops. And the way that Kelling has been approaching stuff today, I wouldn't be surprised if he hits this. I'll tell you what, it was not a badly thrown shot. Sherrock, to feel a bit better about this one, needs tops and should hit it from there.
No.
And will wonder how it did not go in. Nothing is going her way today. And Jamie Kelling is showing no signs of sympathy. Well, maybe he did. He showed a little bit of an apology there, which shows how much of a gentleman he is. But this is darts, and the name of the game is winning. He's 3-0 up in his quest to 4. You just look at Jamie, who's quite tall. And some people have
180.
wondered how he's 31 years old. I guarantee he's 31. He just looks like a nice guy.
60.
If you had any sympathy for Fallon in that last leg, it's gone now. Look at this.
100.
4 perfect darts. He's looking to have the most destructive display of the day so far, and he will take the lead in the daily table with a win in this match and confine Fallon Sherrock to the bottom with 0 points.
Put you on.
It's not the worst 41 in the world. It leaves something where you will be thinking, okay, 140 and tops, match done, just like that. Keep it simple.
59.
And it feels anything but simple for Fallon in this match. She struggled to find her mojo. And in this environment where there's obviously no fans
78.
and nobody but the players, if you're not playing well, it's tough to motivate yourself. You're not going to get any help from anybody.
83.
I was told at a young age, it's a lonely sport. So true. 70 left now. And has left himself on 60. He's inching towards the finishing line here. With Fallon not able to find her range on that treble 20. Six darts from 60, and you get the feeling he might do it in 2 because he's been very good in his doubles. 42% before this leg,
40.
and surprisingly, he does miss. That's a better first dart, but it may have been delivered a little too late. As JK looks to jig his way to 4-0.
10.
He has missed more match darts. That is 5 now. And Fallon, to stay alive, will go for the 45. She will now go for the bull and ping it. Well, she may wonder how she's won that leg, but she's done it with a really pinpoint 81 checkout on the bullseye. She's still alive, and Jamie Kelling has just lost his first leg of this match. It is puzzling, this sport, sometimes. I think it's the sporting equivalent of batting your head against a wall sometimes. It can be so easy. It's the humanistic nature of us that makes it difficult.
96.
The best players in the world have made this game simple.
81.
They don't overcomplicate it. And maybe that's one of the things that's going through Michael Van Gerwen's mind right now. I was surprised that he didn't go to the second bunch of events at Milton Keynes recently, ahead of the start of the Premier League.
96.
I just get the feeling that maybe Michael is overcomplicating matters with his equipment and his form and things like that.
100.
Time will tell. As Joe Wheeler tells me, he's got his money on Johnny Clayton for the Premier League. I think that's a popular opinion.
60.
If you are having a flutter today, remember to gamble responsibly.
180.
18 plus only, and begambleaware.org. Jamie's not gambling here. He is again inching his way towards the finishing line. He's already missed 5 match darts. He will get a 6th at double 16,
36.
and match dart 6 is missed as well. A single 20 will leave another match-saving shot at the same target. This time, she's not able to find it.
34.
And Jamie's looking for, unlucky for some, number 7.
Yeah, well.
And he's found it. A 4-1 victory for Jamie Kelling takes him to the top of the daily table and still kind of in the running, but he needs lots of losses for Barrie Bates and Adrian Gray from here on out. And speaking of which, it is Adrian Gray against Barrie Bates, and one of them is going to punch their way to the finals, you think? Without further ado, we will press on with our 2 best players of Group B in Barrie Bates and Adrian Gray. They're both on 10 points for their campaign in this group, and one of them has to win this game, so someone's going to take the lead on 12. And there's a bit of revenge in the air here for Adrian Gray after he was 3-1 up yesterday against Barrie and lost 4-3. He wants to put the record straight, make no mistake. Currently today, Jamie Kelling is the best player. He's the only undefeated one. 2 wins from 2. And both
It's Barrie throwing first.
Barrie and
Game on.
Adrian will be looking over the shoulder a little bit at the likes of Fitton and Portela on 6 points, but they know that their destiny is still in their own hands.
26.
Before we progress in this one. Just want to send a shout out to Jordan Ruddy, a very good friend and colleague of Adrian Gray, who has been working with Adrian in his carpet fitting business for quite some time. Good lad is Jordan, and a very close friend of Adrian's, and a very keen dart player as well. So thank you for tuning in, Jordan, and of course for everything that you've done for Adrian and myself.
140.
He dropped us off at the airport on the way to Hong Kong once, and I'm very grateful for that.
60.
As to who the favourite is for this one, it's very difficult because they're in similar form. Adrian started the day somewhat scratchy against Fallon, but survived that match, let's put it that way.
60.
And since then, Adrian has lost 4-3 to Darryl Fitton, which has scuppered his chances of dominating this group. Just needs to get back to the drawing board and figuring out what went wrong. He did miss one match start against Darryl at 7-7, but was ultimately beaten in the closest match of the day. And Barrie! Don't leave bogey numbers! How many times have I got to say it? Adrian is not on a bogey number. He's on 8 when he returns, and he's gifted the return because Barrie left 168. And here's the thing, Barrie Bates has been the best high finisher of the week. He didn't give himself a chance. Chance here for Adrian. Oh, isn't that a lovely kiss on the barrel? Sometimes you get bad deflections when it comes to darts, but that definitively was a very, very good deflection. 1-0 to Adrian Gray in this very important match of the two at the top of the table. Sometimes it's a cruel game and sometimes it's a kind game.
97.
Take the moments of kindness and run with them, and forget about the moments of cruelty.
60.
This is excellent from Adrian Gray.
180.
Maximum for him. He wants that fast start like he got yesterday against Barrie.
60.
He's looking very good at the start of this 7th match of the day. When they played yesterday,
60.
they played in game 9, so it was in the middle portion again. Of course, the fixtures today have been flipped around, so the first match of yesterday, which was Adrian against Diogo, that will now be the final match of today's session. Just to try and freshen things up a little bit, to give people a chance to have the early start or the late finish. Well, Adrian is getting the late finish today.
58.
Not as late as tonight's action, which will, I'm sure, grace Saturday morning.
100.
By the end of this week, we will have seen 105 matches of darts, of best of 7 legs. That's a lot of darts, as John Park would say.
98.
Double 4 for Adrian Gray to double his lead. He's looking in good mood, good focus. And very, very sharp as well. The average for Adrian is well over the 95 mark. And he's too much for Barrie Bates in this one. And mathematically, it's not 100% that he would be through to the finals with a win here, but he's very close. A win here and a win in his next match against Jamie Kelling, as Adrian would take a bit of a break after this and come back in game 11. That would see him through before he has to play
140.
the final match of the day against Diogo Portela.
$43.
He's trying to do what Robert Thornton did, which was get his passage into the finals before things got a bit sticky. In the end, Robert Thornton was way too good for everybody else in Group A. He got 24 points from a possible 30, so only lost 3 matches all week. Oh, that's really unlucky. He had a really good bounce into double 8, so that bounce out of the treble, I suppose, is a bit of karma, potentially.
100.
Nice ton from Barrie. And he should get a shot to finish leg 3. Well, what do you do here? You've got 155. You might look at the 25.
42.
I think the 25 was the play there, because 25 leaves 130, which is a lot easier than a lot of the outs in that region. Bullseye for Barrie.
25.
Oh, and he just misses out. You see, if you'd left 130, Adrian, you can afford to hit a single 20, then the 60 in bull. Here you need 2 60s. That's a much harder out. And they're the kinds of things that you need to think about at this elite level. Give yourself the best chance of taking the leg. Double 8.
Yeah.
And Barrie does take the leg with a pinpoint 25. And Adrian will have a case of deja vu. If he wins the next leg, he will be 3-1 up like he was yesterday. But he's looking to get the win instead of squandering that 2-leg advantage which he had 24 hours ago. I don't mean to keep going on about it, but of course Adrian can't hear me. I don't think there's a dart player in the world that would want to hear commentary as they play. You're too much of a distraction.
Oh, I'm not 80.
The Weekly Darts Cast, who have a podcast in the dartosphere, has just tweeted me about constantly taking my earphone off my ear. Well, if you wear earphones as much as I do in this week, you need to give your ear a bit of a rest now and again. It's a trick I was taught by my good friends at TalkSport, the likes of Jim Proudfoot and Ian Danta, Chris Mason, and of course the Darts and the Radio team. Said if your ears get tired, just do 1 on 1 off.
7.
The pitfalls of calling in 105 games in a week, which I have thoroughly enjoyed. It's been my privilege.
100.
And we're nowhere near finished yet, folks. We still have to get 2 players from this group into the finals, and then 2 from tonight as well. So it's not finals Friday,
60.
but it is final chance Friday to play on Saturday. Nice ton from Barrie to get himself on the same number that Adrian had in the last leg. But the Conqueror has the first chance.
$59.
Leaves the 2 darter, and you suspect that Barrie is nowhere near out of this leg. 61 remain. So 15 off first, 121. 60 off, leaves 61. Come on, Barrie, you know what you're doing. 25 or a treble 7, maybe a treble 15.
Help.
Adrian can help him here by telling him And he has the option of asking our remote referee.
11 left.
And he's got the bullseye. Not what he required. But it does get him on something manageable if Adrian misses the 89. Can Adrian find double five for 3-1? It is a little bit of deja vu. Now, can he finish the job? Now, this is a mental battle now for Adrian Gray. He spoke to me yesterday about this very situation. Can he do it? 3-1 up in Game 9 yesterday. Lost 4 legs to 3. It was the only game he lost all day. And he was not pleased. And here comes Barrie Bates with the fight back. Answers with a 2 treble visit of his own.
$95.
Just watching this is making me tense.
100.
Knowing about what happened yesterday. I'm trying to figure out if Adrian Gray has missed a double in this match. I'm not sure he has. By my reckoning, for the second day in a row, he's 3-1 up on Barrie Bates and has missed a double.
91.
Because he didn't miss the double 5 in the last leg. So, is he about to put us through exactly the same experience?
99.
Well, if he finds the 170, he will banish the ghost of yesterday.
Oh, 80. 83.
It's not a bad visit in the end after that last dart. But it could have been a lot simpler. Still out of his hands.
Yep.
As Barrie finds another ton plus checkout. By my reckoning, that could be his 8th of the week. And I think he's king of that stat. So Barrie Bates is on the comeback trail again. Are we going to have the same as yesterday? It couldn't possibly happen again, could it? Now, we can talk about it because Adrian can't hear us. But the fact of the matter is, Adrian now is thinking about it. When you're presented with a situation that has happened before,
28.
it's not a skill thing, it's a mental battle. I can say from experience that missing a 56 checkout against Wales in the 2010 World Cup was such a huge thing for me. It cost my country, Australia,
80.
a chance to make the World Cup final. We ended up losing a last leg decider against Wales. Fast forward just over another year later, I'm faced with a shot for the World Cup final, and what was the number? 56. Exactly the same equation. And I missed it again. It was a mental battle.
100.
And right now, Adrian is battling mentally with what happened yesterday. The trick is to try and stay in the present now and not think about what happened yesterday. He's trying to focus on what he's doing right now, and he's getting it right.
140.
Very right. He has plenty darts to negotiate this game by 4 legs to 2. Didn't have to go to 60. He could have gone towards the 19s. 4 of them would have left him on a match-winning double as well. Barry's not finished.
180.
Barry's not finished. That's his first maximum of the match. He can't get rid of Barrie Bates. But he has the chance now. 2 darts for the match.
Oh, 80.
And all of a sudden, Barrie Bates is still in the game. And Barrie would have the darts in the last leg if he hits this at the bull.
42.
Match-saving dart has gone. And it's up to Adrian to finish it off. Is he able to do it? He's not missing by much. He's found it, and he has banished the ghost from yesterday. Barrie Bates is not able to win from 3-1 down this time. And Adrian Gray is the first player to get to 12 points for this group. And his place in the finals is very, very close as we go into match number 8, which is Darryl Fitton and Fallon Sherrock, 2 former England teammates. Welcome back to today's coverage of the Online Darts Live League, and it's been a fascinating day so far. And I get the feeling that Adrian Gray is just taking a collective sigh of relief after that 4-2 win over Barrie Bates. He is now at the top of the table on his own on 12 points and a leg difference of plus 13. His position is very strong. His position in the finals for tomorrow night is not mathematically certain as of yet, but boy, he is very close to it. Barrie Bates is also close, but I think he needs one more win, and he has a game against Darryl Fitton coming up in a couple of games' time. But first and foremost, Darryl Fitton has to try and keep himself in the race by winning every match he's got left. A win against Fallon here would set up a very important game against Barrie.
140.
And then Darryl would probably have to, well, he will have to beat Jamie Kelling as well. So 3 games left for big man from Stockport. 3 wins required. And that would get him to 12 points. And he'd still need help from other quarters. Because his leg difference is not good. It's -6 currently for the week. So far today, Darryl has suffered defeat to Diogo Portela, which didn't get his day off to a great start. And then it was a win against Adrian Gray, which has kept him alive.
$100.
It's funny how everybody's different when it comes to calling scores as well. Diogo sings them. Darryl Fitton punctuates them, just saying 100. That's what you're getting. It's just 100. And I'm alright with that. Looks like he's stuck with the darker set of barrels today
59.
throughout. instead of chopping and changing like he did yesterday. And I think he's played a little bit better because of sticking with the same set. They actually use a very similar shaped barrel, which tapers out from the top of the barrel towards the middle and then back towards the point. The barrels of Darryl Fitton are a little bit thicker in the middle, I feel, and maybe
88.
a little bit heavier as well. I think Darryl's are 25 grams. Fallon's on the bull. And she has got the bull, not for the first time today, as she finds herself a nice tidy leg to start this challenge. And that is not what the doctor ordered for Darryl Fitton in his quest to try and find the finals. On a day and a week where she has been continually frustrated with a lack of consistency, she has found herself a really good finish there. And if Fitton does lose this match, that'll be that. He can't make a Saturday night and he will be on his way home to Stockport.
80.
But that is his response. There's a lot of moving parts in that Fitton throw. You can see the lean forward on dart 3. You can see the elbow moving from right to left as he throws the dart. It's all about timing. The technique of Fallon Sherrock is excellent, it has to be said.
42.
It's a nice set position. It's a lot better than it used to be when she made the world final, funnily enough. The throw of Sherrock is a lot more compact these days. And it's a lot more repetitive.
121.
That's why her game has evolved to what it is capable of now. But a lot of people have said to me on social media that she does
96.
tend to lean forward as she throws. Well, she doesn't weigh very much. That's probably the reason for it. Dart players have got to have very good balance as they throw.
79.
And you spend a lot of your time as a right-hander putting weight on the front of your front foot. It's one of the areas of your body that gets really sore on long tournament days. Darryl Fitton looking for a 13 darter.
Into.
Doesn't give Fallon Sherrock a shot at the 120, and right to do so after she took out something a little bit more difficult in leg 1. So this one is level after 2 in best of 7. There's not many dart players that play with their hair in between legs. On the male side of things anyway. Unless your name is maybe Simon Whitlock. Or Ryan Searle, of course. Two of the most recognisable male players with the longer locks. Fallon does, of course, have a twin sister called Felicia, who is a handy dart player herself. She did very well at the Women's Series back at the end of
40.
2020. I think it was around October time that they played that. And I've seen in the past some darts matches where siblings have gone toe to toe, and indeed father and son.
100.
I'll never forget the match between Steve and Tony West at a European Tour event. There was no brotherly love in that match as Steve West won 6-0 with an average of over 110.
59.
So much for brotherly love. If we'd had Colin Monk and Aaron Monk playing in the same week, we could have had them in the finals, but Aaron played last week, didn't get the title ultimately on the Saturday. And Colin did not get a win last night, but he does return to entertain you a little bit more this evening. And it'll be fascinating to see who gets through tonight, whether it'll be Chaz Barstow, Paul Hogan, Richie Burnett. Darryl looking at the 11 for the bullseye for the second big out of
96.
this match. And Fallon has the chance to do just that. Not any longer.
40.
He has had an abundance of issues on double 8, but he hasn't left it. Double 2.
One score.
And that is a visit I think he would like to put into room 101. Especially if Fallon hits double 12. And she has left herself on double 3. I think Darryl spent a good few seconds thinking, what did I just do? Don't miss the 9 this time. Well, he has missed the 9. He just gets the 3. Double 4.
In 3.
And finds the double 4. A somewhat quizzical 6 darts there from Darryl Fitton, but ultimately he does get the job done to get the lead at 2-1 after being 1-0 down. Another bounce out off the barrel from Fallon, and that has been something that has plagued her the last 24 hours. A lot of dart players do aim for the dart as opposed to the bed. They're trying to use the markers that they've created for themselves.
140.
They can hinder as well as help. Averages are very similar in this one. 85 for Fitton, 83 for Fallon. And again, she's missing that 60 by very small margins.
4.
Doubles percentage for Fitton in this one, 40%. 1 out of 3 for Fallon, which of course was the bullseye shot in leg 1.
100.
And a miss at 12s and 6s to take her second leg. But this is an improved performance from Fallon on what we've seen today. And yet again, what is happening with those darts clattering together? I think she's going to start switching to the 17s or possibly the 19s after getting 2 in the 60, because if it keeps happening, she
41.
keeps hitting those moulded flights. She's robbing herself of points.
57.
Sensible switch there. They're both on the same number. And Fallon's going to be first to a finish.
140.
Almost first to the double as well. There is no guarantee, of course, that she will be first to a double. But you fancy she will be anyway. Leave of 98 is not ideal. Fallon's got to find the right side of the 20. That's a really good single. And only just misses out on the tops by the merest of margins. You can see that the point of her third dart was just dangling over the top of that steel wire. And Fitton finds a prime 60 for double 19.
60.
I don't remember a time where he went for double 19 this week. He may have,
1.
but it wasn't good at double 19, and Fallon Sherrock does equalise at 2-2 in this clash of the England teammates of yesteryear. And who's the favourite from here? Well, I'll leave that to you guys out there because I'm not so sure. This is the middle match of today's play. We will have 7 more after this, and the next game is rather intriguing. Diogo Portela on 6 points for the group will need to win all of his games from here to have a chance. And he will need Barrie Bates to lose all of his remaining games. It's that simple. If Fitton loses this match to Sherrock, he's out of the running. The daily table, you've got Jamie Kelling at the top on 4 points and +5. Adrian Gray just behind him on 4 points and +3.
97.
One, two, one.
Still advantage Fitton, you feel, with that 1 dart lead here. Forcing Sherrock to have something to get her to the finishing zone,
1, 2,
which she does. A great recovery after that first dart 1. Good stellar stuff there from the Queen of the Palace. I'm not entirely sold on that nickname, I'm not going to lie.
60.
I was a big fan of Shockwave when that one was hovered around when she was
59.
taking out the likes of Ted Everts and Mensa Sudovic. I also liked Superstar Sherrock. But the Queen of the Palace seems to have stuck. And she will be in front if she can find 84. This has been a much improved leg, and do it quickly. Double 12.
Into
Retrieve it quickly. And she has got it. So it is 3-2 to Fallon Sherrock, and she's 1 leg away from eliminating Darryl Fitton from the possibility of making the finals. Can she do it, or does Fitton have something left? Very much an improved display here from the 26-year-old from Milton Keynes. Her average is 5 better than Darryl. Currently sitting around 88.
$59.
They played each other in exactly the same spot yesterday in game number 8. And that game was won by Darryl by 4 legs to 2. That's not going to happen today.
40.
But the possibility of winning is still alive if he can win the last 2 legs. Now, whether you're watching at work, at home, working from home, or on the move with a smart device via your favoured bookmaker site or via the Online Darts
100.
YouTube channel, we have loved having your company this week, and of course this afternoon now, as we have just gone past the 12 noon mark here in the UK.
140.
Let us know where you're tuning in from. We'd love to know. We've had people from the States,
57.
all over Europe, Australia, tuning in to watch, and we have loved every minute with you. We've got 2.5 sessions left this week. The rest of this session, tonight's session, and tomorrow's finals. And Sherrock is not going to make the finals, but she, like Jamie Kelling, can play a huge role in who gets there.
4.
$56.
No trouble for Fitton, offers the chance for Sherrock to finish this with a flourish. He has had a 160 hit against him this week by Barrie Bates.
60.
And if he doesn't find the 104, you fancy Sherrock might get a shot at the double to win this in 6 legs. Treble 16 is an option.
84.
And the double is left. Does Sherrock get a shot? There's your answer.
80.
She hit the tops, but she didn't get the dart in the middle, or the dart at the start, to get a shot at the outer ring, which would have counted. Fitton to take us all the way.
In 1.
Hits double 10, and his hopes are alive, but they're still very slim. Can he keep going? His leg difference is not going to improve too much in this one. He can only get one more. It's currently at -6. And then a win here would get him to 8 points and -5. And the problem with that is that Barrie Bates is on +4 for this group. Adrian Gray's on +13.
46.
He needs help. And nobody's going to help you but yourself in this game. That's the crux of it.
140.
Not getting any help from Sherrock either, who starts with a 2 treble visit.
26.
Darryl gets a 2 treble visit, but they're both treble 1s. If you're not aware, Fallon Sherrock is a very big fan of Pokemon. She's from the generation, of course, that loves that
80.
Japanese art and cartoon style. I believe her young son's into it as well.
98.
Fails in the attempt to leave the 170. And this game is going to the wire. Oh, and an impetuous dart there from Darryl Fitton. Maybe a bit sick of the inconsistencies that have really plagued his game this week.
56.
He's shown a lot of patience over the last 4.5 days. But he is a human being. A very talented one at that. And he leaves the easier shot of the two on throw in this last leg. And he's going to get a shot to finish the job and do the double over Sherrock in the last 24 hours. She's positioned herself in case he's not able to do it. Double top is the first match dart.
54.
It might be the only one he gets. Double 8. She gets the second match start, and it is key. She wins 4 legs to 3 and eliminates Darryl Fitton from the week. He now has some games for pride against other opponents, but he's out. She's out too. But now it is a case of looking at the other people to look who gets through this group. Well, Diogo Portela is still in with a very faint chance, but he's got to defeat the undefeated today, Jamie Kelling. do have a game between Jamie Kelling and Diogo Portela. Apologies for our graphic there, which showed Darryl, Fitton and Fallon Sherrock for a second time. But that one has finished 4-3 to Fallon, who gets her first 2 points of the day. And the daily table is looking particularly interesting with 4 players on 2 points and 2 players on 4. One of which is that guy right there, Jamie Kelling. He will be the first player to 6 points, and he will remain undefeated if he can find a win against Diogo here. One of our backroom staff has constantly over the last few seasons made a mockery of the way I say Diogo. Every time I say it, I'm trying to say it softly, so I don't
99.
mimic the way that I am having the mickey taken out of me. But I'll say it once. Diogo. Makes me sound like the guy from Big Brother.
100.
There's a lot of people last night were thinking that putting Richie Burnett into Big Brother would be good fun. Well, I completely agree.
90.
Big stuff there from Jamie Kelling. When you say big stuff in darts, there's only one big stuff. That's Brendan Dolan. And he's having a pretty good season, isn't he?
100.
Brendan Dolan is far from finished. And Jamie Kelling is far from finished in the daily race, of course. One more win for Barrie Bates in his campaign, and he's playing Darryl Fitton next, who's just been eliminated from the possibility of the finals. And Barrie will make sure that
100.
Jamie, only playing today, cannot qualify. 62 left. Make that 32.
And 3.
Make that nout. Woo! That was rather good. Second match in a row, we've seen a 1-2-2 in a very, very different way. Jamie Kelling playing with zero pressure today is causing problems for everybody. My first time watching Jamie, and I am very impressed. It's a much easier game to play without pressure
40.
when you're just playing for fun. Well, here's the ultimate spoiler today. And he is spoiling aplenty.
140.
Starting to see the ability that I have been told about with Jamie Kelling. And if this continues, Diogo is going to be out of the race as well. And before we get to the final 5 matches of today's session, we will know who is in tomorrow's finals with Robert Thornton. It could be Adrian Gray and Barrie Bates before we even get to Jamie Kelling's match with Adrian Gray
57.
in match 11. '19's first, showing a bit of darting intelligence there, Jamie, but not able
42.
to get anything substantial down south, the Yellow Submarine. I never thought I'd say that in my life. I'll say one thing, that is a very, very different nickname. And anything that's different is good by me.
40.
I'm not a fan of the nicknames being recycled. I just don't like it. Surely you can find something else.
100.
If it's your nickname, fair enough. Somebody's already had it. It's just one of those things. I just like people to be individual. And this guy has his own nickname.
72.
And he almost had leg 2. Jamie Kelling will not go 61st on this 1-2-3, I guarantee you that. And he's not going to take the leg either. Unless more mistakes are made by the Brazilian. Double 8.
No,
And he's hit the double 11 again. He did that earlier today. And you can sense that he is really hacked off with that because he's staring down the barrel of a 2-0 deficit.
Yeah.
And he is. What a dart from Jamie Kelling. There's a post. There's a post. Right down the middle. Johnny Wilkinson style. Fantastic shot from Jamie Kelling to take a 2-0 lead. I think it's fair to say that Diogo is not best pleased with missing that double 8 on the north side for a second time today. But Diogo has played better today than yesterday.
180.
Takes a bit of getting used to when your opponent is singing their score. He did it to me last year a little bit. You don't like it when a player brings a smile to your face. You like to stay in a nice focused zone. At least that's me anyway. But when I was hearing those chanted 180s last year from Martin Adams and Diogo Portela, I was still smiling every time they did it. He's going to have to start singing a great deal if he wants to win this one. He's in genuine trouble. And sensibly, he's left 170. He didn't mean to get the treble 4. Look at this from Kelling. Another maximum. Again, causing all sorts of issues with Portela. Not able to get the big fish check out.
96.
2 maximums in the match. And Kelling is looking at 3-0 if he finds double 13. Oh, and that's a wide. He was half thinking, I've got the bull left, and half thinking, oh, I'm actually on double 13. Well, Diogo's on double 16 for sure.
Checking.
And he finds at this time no use of double 8 required, as he has a fantastic leg just to keep himself in this. Still, Jamie Kelling is the favourite at 2-1 up. Well, Ben Simpson's got back in touch, and he's told me that I chalked a practice game between Jamie Kelling and him at Eastbourne Open a few years ago. Wow, I remember going to that. That was a decent tournament. The Eastbourne event used to be a PDC ranking event, of course. It is no longer, but Eastbourne Open, of course, which has been won twice by Kevin Painter in the last few seasons.
95.
Let's hope that we can go back to Opens like that sometime in 2021. Wouldn't that be nice? But right now, you've got this for entertainment.
140.
It's a beautiful 140 from Diogo, it has to be said. That last dart was like a Romario penalty.
137.
Well, if that was a penalty from Romario, that 60 shot from Diogo, then this is possibly a Socrates run from the back.
180.
However, he could lose the leg.
8 left.
And he does not. He gets a shot to draw level, but only has the one dart. At double 16 again. And misses.
45.
Went for the treble 15 on 61. He was backing himself with one dart. Unable to find it. And Jamie Kelling stumbles on the double 4 shot. And in that corner, he's had a bit of a nightmare. He's missed double 13 and 3 shots at double 4 as the Brazilian gives him the signal of darting apology, which I hate. But it is 2-2, and this very entertaining game will continue into leg 5 now. You should never apologise for doing what you're meant to do, which is win the game of darts. I just don't get the apology. I'm sure there are lots of people out there tuning in who feel the same. I don't think I've ever apologised for winning a leg of darts. But maybe that's just me. Stay away from that, Diogo. Oh, what have you got on those points? Super glue? How did that stay in the board?
85.
I am mystified as to how that stayed in the treble 20.
93.
I have to say, these darts that Diogo's using, they are fairly new.
96.
And yesterday he looked a bit rusty with them, but today he looks like a very different player. Looks way more comfortable in the scoring phase. He's got the weight of the dart borderline perfect. There's a Whitlock quality about those darts because they taper away from the stem and they've got a bit of weight about the bottom of it. It definitely works for him.
100.
And he's got the position here on Kelling, who got the jump on him. Well, the weight of the dart was lost there.
46.
2 little snowmen when he returns. If he returns, I beg your pardon. And it is when.
97.
Is he about to put a big hole in the hull of the yellow submarine? Bullseye for the lead.
63.
Not far off. A fine try. And Kelling is looking to rediscover the lead. To pose more problems for Portela. He has missed the double 16. And this one is getting a little bit edgy. Good contest. Can't take your eyes off it. Double 4. Biggest start of the match.
4 left.
Big chance
21
missed.
scored.
And you sense the worst for Portela now.
Yeah, 1.
Yeah, there it is. 3-2 to Jamie Kelling. And he's 1 leg away from eliminating Portela from today's proceedings. Well, the weekly proceedings anyway. The daily title is going the way of Jamie Kelling right now because he still hasn't lost. After this, Jamie has a game against Adrian Gray. And then his last match will be against Darryl Fitton.
83.
Win all of 5 of the games and he will be top of the table after today. And he will be one heck of a substitute for Jamie Caven.
2-1.
He will have pulled off a Solskjaer. The ultimate super sub.
'96.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, the Manchester United manager, of course, was a fantastic substitute when he was playing for Manchester United.
180.
Nothing substitutional about that. That was destructive. And the writing is on the wall for Diogo Portela here,
100.
who gets himself within 22 points, but the throw belongs to Jamie Kelling, who is not slowing down.
125.
In fact, I thought he was speeding up there. The Kelling average is touching 99. This is a proper performance.
92.
And he's only 2 darts away from an 11 dart finish to the match. For the 12 and the win.
20 left.
The first match dart has gone. And Portela has got to scratch his way to a final leg decider if he can find 60 more points and double 5. Or 20 in the bull. And he's got closer to the bull than the last time he had a crack at it. But it's not close enough. It's been a great game. And Jamie Kelling pushes the wire to the left. And then he dips his bread in the ketchup. A very, very good performance from Jamie, who remains undefeated today after 3 matches. And the average, well, it finishes up around 97.5. And I make that the best performance of the day. So going into match number 10, it's Darryl Fitton and Barrie Bates. And it's Barrie Bates' chance to punch his ticket to the finals. Welcome along to game number 10 of today's schedule. This will be Darryl Fitton against Barrie Bates. And it is Darryl Fitton's penultimate match of the week, as he cannot any longer punch his ticket to tomorrow night's finals. But Barrie Bates, on the other hand, can. Any win here against Darryl Fitton, and he will take everybody out of play. And it will be Adrian Gray and Barrie Bates in the finals. Adrian Gray is already there. Nobody can catch him. Apart from Barrie Bates, of course. I'll be fascinated to see what happens in this one. We have seen in the past when you have the knowledge that you can't progress through the group. The adrenaline leaves your body a little bit. You're trying to play without pressure and you just have a flat game. But anything but flat is required here from Barrie. Yesterday, Darryl got the win against Barrie, and that is not what Barrie requires. He still has a chance, of course, of getting into the finals if he loses this match, because he does have a game against Fallon Sherrock to come. But he'd rather do it now and then enjoy the experience of playing against Fallon in game number 14 without pressure. And then he can focus on tomorrow night alongside Adrian and Robert Thornton.
60.
I think it's fair to say that when this group came together, that it was pretty open as to who would get through it, considering what we've seen earlier this week and the talent that we knew that was coming into the group with Adrian Gray, and of course
96.
Diogo, Portela. But Barrie, I think, has done his reputation no harm this week. He has grafted really hard. Fitton has halved his score with 1 dart. And he is now on tops for the first leg.
80.
Went for the top left corner and just overcompensated. Barrie needs something similar. And the top shot
60.
came up short. So Fitton for leg 1 in 6 visits. Not able to do so, and good news for Barrie Bates. Tops for the first leg.
30.
You heard that from Barrie. Chance missed. And it's a bit scrappy at the start on the doubles. But if there has been a double this week that has been a little bit better for Darryl, it has been that double 10, and it's come to his rescue at the start of this one. Best of 7, of course, in this match, and Darryl Fitton gets first blood. No blood in darts, of course. It is an on-contact sport. Doesn't mean we don't get blood on the dartboard, though.
99.
Do you remember that case of Darius Labanauskas cutting his hand on a dartboard at the World Championship? And he needed medical attention? And there has been blood on the carpet as well in this sport. A very famous documentary about the split between the BDO and the then WDC back in the early 90s. If you haven't seen that documentary, find it. Very interesting.
60.
Gives you an indication of what some people sacrificed to make what is now the PDC. Some of the forefathers of the PDC are no longer with us, but they will never be forgotten. And the sacrifice they made for their own and other people's careers. Ultimately, dart is in a very good place. And I, for one, am very grateful for all of the groundwork and the foundations that were put in place back in a very, very difficult time where people's lives and livelihoods were on the line.
Oh, 81.
Doesn't get to a finish. And today we are having a very similar day to yesterday with Group B.
140.
Not one match yesterday during the day was 4-0. Exactly the same is happening today. And I'm not sure we're going to get a 4-0 today. So if you're having a little wager on something, maybe you'll think twice about trying to bet on a 4-0, but do so responsibly. And if it does stop being fun, having a wager, please tap out or just stop. Barrie needs another 20 for the bullseye.
65.
And he's in a bit of trouble now because if Fitton finds this, he's halfway to victory. And maybe Darryl isn't feeling any pressure anymore because the double has gone and no need to use double 10, which has been useful this week. Darryl Fitton is 2-0 up and Barrie Bates has got a bit of bother in his quest to try and get his ticket for the finals in this game. Certain players he just seemed to have a bit of trouble against. Of course, Barrie Bates has had a somewhat up and down time against Richie Burnett this week.
56.
He lost his first 8 legs against Richie, and when playing him 3 times, lost 12-1.
59.
But since Richie has left this group, he's played better. Maybe Richie's a bad influence on him. You never know.
80.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. Cascaded off the barrel and couldn't grab enough sisal to stick in the board to register an extra 60 points.
100.
Are we going to see the first 4-0 in Group B this week?
81.
Well, Barrie can't leave a finish from 3-4-2. And James Harrington has asked me on Twitter, as any of you can, if you want to ask me a question in the next hour or so, please feel free to do so. He's asking what
95.
length stems Darryl Fitton is using. Well, that's a very good question, James. I don't know, but I'll have a little closer look when he's back at the board. I don't think it's a medium stem. I think it's an intermediate stem. It's a stem by his manufacturer that is a length that is in between short and medium. I don't know the exact
96.
millimetre of that stem, but it looks like a Target Pro Grip stem, intermediate. He has used two different lengths of stems this week, the medium and this one here, and I think this is just the 3 millimetres less than the other one.
53.
It's all coming up the Dazzler if he's given the shot at tops again. And Barry's not going to add to his tally of ton plus finishes.
84.
Is it too late for leg 3? Fitton with the pressure off. Double 10.
30.
Misses on this occasion, and Barrie can get into the match with tops. And does so without hesitation. Barrie Bates really wants to win this match, doesn't he? But he's going to have to work hard from here. He's still got 3 legs to find as we go into leg number 4. Chance missed there from Darryl Fitton to get a 3-0 lead and keep a hope the lives of the first 4-0 in this group. Well, we're not going to get it in this one. Could we get it in the next game, which promises much, with Jamie Kelling and, of course, Adrian Gray, who is now officially in the finals.
81.
So he will stick around after today's play and return with the man they call Chocolate, Robert Thornton. So there's 2 of the 5 for tomorrow night. 3 more places still to be taken. Jamie Kelling is undefeated today, and if he remains undefeated for the rest of the day, he can still find his way in the finals. But Barrie Bates must lose this match, and he must lose against Fallon Sherrock for that to happen. And the leg difference must continue to sway. So Jamie Kelling right now is hoping for a Darryl Fitton win.
$135.
I don't mind that switch to the 15s there at all. I really don't. For a moment I thought he was going for the bull and 25. But as it stands, he's on the 2 darter. And a 60 and a double 15 will draw level. Or another one of those. Oh, you've got to get the 20, Barrie. You've got to get the 20. Look at the reaction. Well, he's a bit flummoxed. He's got 75 left. No, he's not. He's got 65. And he does leave himself on tops, with Fitton possibly looking at the 25 himself. Scrap that. He's had no luck on double 19 today.
38.
4 darts at it,
57, sorry.
and all 4 darts have been very low. Barrie for tops. Pushes the wire up.
Yeah, Caven to.
And then
That's
he finds himself on double 10 with success. It's 2-2 in this one. It was 2-0 to Darryl Fitton, but Barrie Bates has fought his way back in to this one. Bad news for Jamie Kelling is that Barrie Bates has the momentum. There was a song a few years ago that Mark Webster refused to stop singing when Barrie Bates was around.
95.
I think it was called It's All About the Bass. And every time I saw Mark, he kept singing It's All About the Bates.
140.
And when Barrie would play poorly, he would take it to the next level. Because the song says it's all about the bass, no
135.
troubles, I think. And then Mark took it to the next level and said, you know, it's all about the bass, no trebles. And I don't think Barrie liked it. But it was just another example of the sense of humour of Mark Webster, which is borderline legendary amongst dart players.
126.
That's great stuff from Darryl Fitton. Really well thought out shot there from 271.
100.
It's been a good leg this, both on a finish after 9.
$45.
And he's on a 2-darter, but Barrie is in position to steal here. This is a very important exchange, not just for Barrie, but for Jamie Kelling. No twice at tops for Darryl Fitton. And Barrie Bates can hit the front here in 5 visits in this leg. Strong scoring. Double 16. And he's found it. Bad news for Kelling, but great news for Barrie Bates. He, from 2-0 down, is now 3-2 up and is 1 leg away from getting a place in the finals for tomorrow night. The leg difference will not matter if Barrie wins either this leg or the next.
96.
If he lost this match, the leg difference between Jamie and Barrie definitely would come into play. But if Bates gets to 12 points after this, nobody can catch Adrian Gray and Barrie Bates. They will be there. And the rest of the 5 matches today are to crown a daily winner. Of which, of course, Barrie could be that person. Currently, Jamie Kelling on 6 points is top of the daily table with a very healthy leg difference of +7. He's got Adrian Gray in pursuit on 4 points.
81.
And then Sherrock, Portela, Fitton and himself on 2 points, but still with a game to come.
Barrie. 36.
So it's been a fascinating day. Tired stuff from Darryl, and you can't blame him really. 5 consecutive sessions this week. Real hard work. Maybe not as hard as being an undertaker, which I believe Darryl has been. I can't imagine a more difficult job than that.
32.
Takes a special person to be able to do that job, and I've got the utmost respect for the likes of Darryl Fitton and Nigel Hayden, who of course
137.
was an undertaker as well. Both fabulous dart players who have represented their country and played at the very top. Barrie Bates is looking to finish this job
46.
with this 72 checkout. And it will be Barrie in the finals if he finds double 18.
36.
Not yet. We will pause on that fact and probably see Barrie do enough in the next visit. This game has got away from Darryl, as has the week.
60.
Double 18,
Yeah,
and Barrie Bates has won this match from 2-0 down by 4 legs to 2, and he is into Saturday night's finals with Adrian Gray. Well done to him. He's grafted so hard this week. He does still have another game to come, of course. But first and foremost, let's see Jamie Kelling in his quest for the daily title against Adrian Gray. Welcome back, and we are into game 11 now. The final third of action will commence with Adrian Gray and Jamie Kelling. And I've just had a Chris Mason moment. I've just had a little bit of sustenance. We don't take big breaks with the Online Darts Live League. We crack on. And so far today, has to be said that Jamie Kelling's been very impressive, especially in his last match, where his average was way north of 95. But if Adrian Gray wants his second consecutive daily win in the league table, he is going to have to defeat this guy, who is the front runner so far. 6 points from 6. And he has defeated Barrie Bates by 4
59.
legs to 2. Fallon Sherrock by 4 legs to 1. And in that last performance against Diogo Portela, 4 legs to 2.
60.
The scary thing is, it could have been better than the average he ended up with. Turns out his average was exactly 96. He had
100.
4 from 15 on doubles, and that's where things could have been a little bit better for Jamie.
180.
But I'm very impressed with this guy. He could be another Chaz Barstow in the making. Someone who potentially goes under the radar
30.
and then bang, just pops out of nowhere. We know he's got potential. We've seen what he's done in the past.
55.
But after taking a break from the game in his 20s, He might be back. But Adrian Gray is on for double 16 and misses. It is the bullseye for Jamie.
41
And
left.
drags it to the left to offer Adrian Gray the chance to lead.
Yeah, into
Double 8 for 17 darter, and it's a solid start for Adrian Gray, who has 2 matches remaining, and he knows that he can just play now, as he knows he's going to be in Saturday night's finals. His final game will be against Diogo Portela. And even though Adrian will know he's in the finals, he'll want that daily title again. He'll want to be the first person this week to get 2 daily league tables under his belt. Nobody could do that in Group A, because Jamie Caven won on Monday, Richie Burnett won on Tuesday,
82.
Robert Thornton won on Wednesday, yesterday Adrian won, and last night was all about Paul Hogan winning the table, even though other players
140.
possibly played better, statistically.
Five.
19's first surely here for Jamie. May have taken a bit of a break from the game after a blistering start as a teenager, but he hasn't lost his skill and has brought himself through the likes of local and county darts again to become what I feel is a very good talent. I'm going to be watching out for Jamie in the next couple of years now. There's a very uncomplicated manner about the way he plays the game.
51.
And I like that. And he plays at a very nice pace. It's nothing worse than a really slow player. I'm not exactly the quickest myself, but I'm no Davis Schneider.
100.
Now, if you're tuning in from the United States, you might know who Davis Schneider is. The most glacial player in the history of the game.
Yeah, into.
But there's nothing slow about that. That is Jamie Kelling equalising at 1 leg all. I get the feeling that this has got the potential to be the match of the day. And we're just getting started with it, as it's 2 legs in to the best of 7. If you can somehow find some footage of Davis Schneider playing darts on YouTube or via any other means on social media, please post it, because I want people to see how slow he was. He makes Mensa Sulevic look like Ricky Evans.
6.
There's a famous darting story, of course, of when Davis Schneider was playing a well-known player from the north of England in an event in the States. And said player from the north of England thought that Davis Schneider was taking the Michael. Well, it didn't end with flowers being sent. It ended in a way that it probably shouldn't have. But the name Davis Schneider is now very much associated with slow play. These are the things you learn when you are
100.
constantly on tour with different characters and you hear all these different stories and you just don't forget them. Just had a tweet from Anna Simiu saying, can I say hi to Aaron Perry? He's a huge fan, working from home today and needs something to cheer him up. Well, Aaron, consider yourself cheered up, me old cocker, as I would say in the north. Have yourself a great day. Have a great Friday and join us for the darts, not only this afternoon but for tonight, and we'll do our best to make you giggle, entertain you with some fabulous Arras action, and thanks for joining us. I'm not even going to respond to the gift that the Weekly Darts Cast have sent me on Twitter. That is embarrassing. Can Adrian Gray rediscover the lead at double 10? A tricky looking double 5 for the flat lie dart. And that is the pitfall. And Jamie Kelling is in for a potential break of throw here to take the lead at 2-1. Double 16 is open.
Yeah, 3.
It's really good. Really, really good indeed. And very intelligent to leave the bed super open with those two very neat singles. And it's 2-1 to Jamie Kelling right here. The way this lad is playing, I'm going to have to start doing some more research about him. He did, of course, go onto the Challenge Tour in 2020. In the January of the year, he didn't pick up much in the way of ranking money. He's probably looking to try and do something in 2020 until the pandemic hit.
5.
Excuse me.
$140.
But the way he's played today, I think there is potential there. And he has grasped the opportunity of playing today with both hands. He is in front, in a better position in this leg, and is looking to remain unbeaten after 4 matches. He only has a game against Darryl Fitton left, and the way that
100.
Jamie's played today, as opposed to how Darryl has played, I'd have Jamie Kelling as a big favourite for that match. Calvin Brookshaw has tweeted me and said, is Davis Schneider
Oh, 80, come on.
slower than Terry Down? Yes, he is. Terry Down, of course, that famous player with the incredible moustache who famously played Jockey Wilson and made Jockey a bit angry at the back of the stage. But Terry Down is not the slowest player I've ever seen.
100.
Jamie Kelling on 68 for a 3-1 lead. Not looking back. And looking at tops.
Yeah,
Just incisive stuff from JK as he takes a 2-leg advantage into the 5th leg. He's just playing the best darts out of everybody today, it has to be said. And he's not breaking a sweat either. He looks like a cool customer at the back of the playing arena here.
140.
His average is about 12, better than Adrian's. And the majority of the time you have a better average than your opponent of 12, you will be winning the match. There will be the odd anomaly.
$55.
And Adrian Gray will know plenty about Jamie Kelling. Played a lot of darts on the south coast over the years in different events like Eastbourne, Chichester,
43.
all around the Brighton area, maybe Worthing as well. Lots of open competition on the south coast around those areas. They tend to attract players from Dorset, players from Wiltshire,
57.
and from other neighbouring counties like Berkshire and the Sussexes as well.
140.
If Adrian Gray wants to get another leg in this, he's got to get a move on. That's a great dart. And even it brought a smile to his face because it was so good. You love a dart like that takes you by surprise as to how good it is. And no matter what he does, Jamie Kelling has the answer. You can't seem to shake him off, no matter what he finds. If in doubt, just get rid of this shot.
96.
6 well thrown darts but it could be the last ones he throws in this match. Jamie Kelling, 2 darts, a double, 12.
Yeah, I'm free.
And finds double 6 with a
Cheers, mate.
very, very good display. 8 points from 8. And he is still undefeated. And he will go into his last match with Darryl Fitton for a chance to have the perfect day, which is exactly what Robert Thornton did on Wednesday. Next, it is Fallon, Sherrock and Diogo Portela, who are playing for pride and their position in the table. Match number 12, and Fallon Sherrock will now play against Diogo Portela. She will play 2 of the remaining 4 games, both against players who know their fate when it comes to the quest for the finals this week. Diogo Portela has failed in his quest to make the finals, whereas Barrie Bates, her second opponent, will be there. She picked up her first win of the day in her last match against Darryl Fitton by 4 legs to 3, and she's had 3 games off to assess what is going right and what is going wrong. So can she finish with a flourish for the week? Well, Barrie Bates has got 1 match left.
59.
Adrian Gray has 1 match left. So, by my reckoning, looking at the table, Jamie Kelling is our daily champion. He cannot be caught. 8 points without reply and a leg difference of plus 10. So,
60.
a fantastic substitution today. When we lost Jamie Caven, unfortunately, to injury. And Kelling has found his way to being the best player on Friday during the day. So well done to Jamie. He can finish undefeated if he defeats Darryl Fitton in the next game.
59.
So this is all about league position. And Portela, who is on 2 points, 1 win for today, which is a bit meagre considering how well he's played. 2 points and -2. Fallon Sherrock on 2 points and -4. And they both have 2 matches left.
No,
So this one and one more.
I've got 43 from.
Their fate will not be sealed until Diogo and Fallon play their second match after this. But where will they be positioned
62.
with 1 match left for all players? Bit of a relaxed nature about this one at the start. But I guarantee you, these players in their hearts and guts do not want another defeat. It was Portela who got the win yesterday by 4 legs to 2. It wasn't a particularly memorable affair.
60.
And this one has started fairly slowly too. Not for the first time today. Fallon Sherrock has a dart collide with another and falls on the floor. Treble 16 was the target for tops,
92.
which would have given Diogo a 148 checkout, but he has the luxury of a 56 when he returns.
100.
Double top.
16.
Unfortunate not to bounce into the tops there. And Sherrock was very good at taking her chances against Fitton in her last match, and she's just done exactly the same. So if she can polish up on the scoring element, I don't think she's got any problems on the doubles, because she's definitely sorted that out. 1-0 to the Queen of the Palace at the start of this one. The Brazilian has worked very hard over the last couple of days. He was scratchy at the start. He improved as the day went on yesterday. He's had some periods of real quality today. But now in the knowledge that he can't make tomorrow's finals, he's just trying to stay in a nice process and just play darts professionally, which is all he wants to do.
59.
I remember the first time I ever met Diogo, it was after he graced a very famous darting game show on Sky TV here in the UK,
41.
where he did exceptionally well. He attended an exhibition I was doing with Simon Whitlock at a bar in London. And
84.
there was an international football match that night, so we didn't have a great deal of people watching us. They decided to watch the football instead, but we changed the format of the night, and we had some people from the crowd join us for some games. Well, Diogo was put up against Simon Whitlock, and Diogo beat him. I don't think it went down too well. I met him that night, and I was immediately impressed with his enthusiasm for the game and how much of a nice guy he ultimately is.
135.
He really is a nice guy. His heart is in the right place. I wouldn't want to be that first dart the way that Fallon's just glared at it.
Oh no.
Well, it's worked out. She's left to finish, but she didn't want to leave 155, that's for sure. Diogo for double 16.
$30.
Just either side of the wire. And if Fallon Sherrock finds this one. I was going to say that Diogo would feel like he's been given a bad egg. Second attempt. And it's now double 4. He's wiring everything.
Checking 3.
Not in this occasion. That one is right in the stanchion. And if you don't know that phraseology, it's from football and it's from Gavin and Stacey. Right in the stanchion. 1-1. This is better scoring from Sherrock. And there is the first maximum of the contest. And it brings a smile to her face. She might not be smiling in a second.
135.
There were a few calls yesterday of Diogo should be a referee.
Oh no, 43.
We've got plenty of referees in the game. We need good players. We've got George Noble, we've got Russ Bray, we've got the Kirkulator, Kirk Bevins, and Paul Hinks. I do believe Paul Hinks' nickname is Flawless? Don't know why. Might have something to do with his very shiny, shiny head.
140.
Well, this has been a great leg from Fallon. $138 checkout is very famous, of course, for a couple of reasons.
100.
The World Championship was won on it, and Phil Taylor's longest undefeated streak in the Premier League was beaten on a 138 by James Wade. It's going to be hit.
24 left.
Oh, not to be, but that was a fine try from Fallon. I think the only person in the world who likes double 9 is James Wade. Because for him it's technically double 4.
In 1.
And she's got some confidence now. That is a 13 darter from Fallon Sherrock, and that's her best leg of the day. It might be her best leg of the last couple of days. I'll have to check my notes. But she is 2-1 ahead in this best of 7 match with Diogo Portela. Again, good doubling stats for Fallon, who is 2 from 3. 67%.
55.
Portela in this match down to 15%. And that tells your story.
Oh, jeez.
You look at the stats for all of the players today, and the most consistent player of the last 2 days has been Jamie Kelling. Now, if Jamie Kelling was playing yesterday, the way he has done today, undoubtedly he would be in the finals. Or at least in the race with Barrie and Adrian. I think after the way that Jamie's played today, he'll be chomping at the bit for another crack at it.
137.
After today, it will be 2 cracks of the whip for Fallon, but 2 tries without success to get to Saturday night.
96.
But after getting only 2 points yesterday, she still has the chance to have a better points total today.
134.
And it's looking good in this game. With the lead and a half dart advantage over Diogo after 9.
$100.
The ideal shot here is a 174. And we haven't had one today. I want a 174.
134.
I sound like a spoilt child, don't I? We get a 134 instead. It's not the same. I guarantee you, if somebody hits a 174 by the end of this session, I will give it the 50% Anthony Dundas. I'm not going to give it the full Anthony Dundas.
52.
And Fallon Sherrock is not giving it the full 72. That's a dart missed for 3-1. But this is a dart for 2-2. 2 more
73.
missed darts at a double. And I make that 1 hit from 9. Double 5.
In 3.
And Fallon Sherrock takes a 3-1 lead. She's all of a sudden starting to get things right. The scoring is starting to come together. The doubles are good. And she's only 1 leg away from her second win of the day. The funny thing is, in this playing arena, which I have had a look at,
100.
it's very silent when you're in there. You don't want to say anything and put off your opponent.
96.
Do you remember last year during the German Super League when there was a guy with a lollipop telling you whether you could approach the hockey or not?
42.
I remember when that first started. It's a guy that we all like who's worked at the European Tour for quite a few years. A guy called Deddy. Lovely, lovely man.
60.
I'm amazed that the Germans didn't use technology to say approach the hockey.
No.
They used a
58.
lollipop stick. This game is getting away from Diogo if he doesn't find a treble here.
59.
And his average, which is in the mid-70s, is not cutting it. Fallon Sherrock is the better player and is taking full advantage of this position. I would go 17s here,
140.
just because of the amount of time she's found a dart collide with another one.
$40.
And she has a minimum of 6 darts from this position to win this match 4-1. That looks like it's in. That one is not, and there's one of those collisions.
No, 65. One went on the floor.
I think she's seeing the funny side of it on this occasion. But inside she will be wondering what's going on. In the background she's just
60.
saying calm down, take it in your stride. You've still got 96 for the match. Darts is a frustrating game. It can really play with the grey matter between your ears. 76 remain. And now she'll just line up the top shot and does do so. Only just. And Diogo has a lot to think about before he plays Adrian Gray in game 15. Match start number 2 is successful, and Fallon Sherrock completes that 5th leg of the contest with a 4-1 victory in 7 visits, and her pride will swell a little bit because she's got more points than yesterday. We go into the final stretch now. Everybody's got 1 game left. We know who's going through to the finals and we know who the daily champion is, but let's see some more darts, shall we? And it is Jamie Kelling against Darryl Fitton. 3 matches to go, and it's time to see if Jamie Kelling, today's top dog, can finish undefeated and be only the 3rd person to do so in a campaign this week, and only the 2nd person to win 5 straight matches in a daily effort. Of course, Wednesday we saw Robert Thornton win 5 games out of 5. And he had a leg difference on Wednesday of plus 13. It was a particularly dominant day. If Jamie wants to emulate that, he'll have to win 4 legs to 1 here. For the best performance of the week, 4-0 will do it. And of course, last night we saw Paul Hogan win 4 games from 4. And Hoagie will return tonight against the likes of Chaz Barstow, Colin Monk and others to see who will get their way into Saturday's finals with Adrian Gray, Barrie Bates and Robert Thornton.
85.
This will be Jamie's last game of today and Darryl's last game of the week. He can put everything he's got into this game and play with a little bit of a relaxed nature. However, he currently sits at the bottom of the table in Group B on leg difference. Diogo, Portela and Fallon Sherrock are currently on the same points as Darryl, 6. But his leg difference of -9 is 2 worse off than that of Portela and Sherrock. And they still have a match to come.
60.
Jamie Kelling has played so well today. He's got more points than Darryl Fitton in half the time. Does the right thing switching after blocking the bed. And you wonder the thoughts of Darryl Fitton after this week. I'm sure he was looking forward to this experience,
5.
but it hasn't worked out for him. He hasn't picked up a daily title or a place in the finals with Jamie Kelling. Continues to impress as he misses the 158 on double 19. Can Darryl get a shot at double 8?
20.
And that double has cost him so many legs this week.
Yeah, 1.
Double 19 has also cost Darryl Fitton in other legs, but it cost him in a different manner in the first leg of this contest because Jamie Kelling has just taken a 1-0 lead.
$60.
16 data there from Jamie Kelling, which of course is around the 94 average. I'm reliably informed that in the local area he has been
45.
having regular battles over the last couple of years with the likes of Chaz Barstow. Because he does of course live very close to Chaz, and
120.
Darryl Fitton gets a collision very similar to what we've seen from Fallon Sherrock in the last couple of days. Look at that. Chaz Barstow behaviour. Maybe the success of Barstow is starting to rub off on Jamie Kelling. And why wouldn't it? Many a player from the southern counties are having good times right now. Just look at someone like Luke Humphreys, for instance, who made the final of the UK Open.
100.
Someone like Barstow. Someone like Scott Mitchell, who is now on the PDC Pro Tour full time. Good friend of Darryl Fitton's. long-time England teammate. And Kelling is playing remorseless darts here. He really wants this undefeated day.
100.
And I think he's going to get it, the way he's playing. He's averaging 99. And Fitton's got no answer right now.
97.
Single 16 for double top.
36.
And he's played so well today, you're almost surprised when he misses. Does Darryl get a shot at tops himself? He does not. As he goes next door into the treble 4. Double 10 for Kelling.
35.
He doesn't find double 5 either, to give Darryl Fitton a little bit of a sniff. $17 for the bull. That's his route. And almost gets the win. But Kelling's got to keep himself together here. He doesn't take much time getting to the oche. But he has stuttered on the doubles in this leg. He has gifted the olive branch to Darryl Fitton. It's double 8 again.
No score.
And he's hit the double 11 in Diogo Portela style to bust the score. Darryl Fitton feeling mad. And Jamie Kelling in the madhouse.
Yeah, and 3.
And somehow finds the green. It's a really intelligent way to get double 1 there. Just get your range with something a little bit above the bed there. And he is 2-0 up. Jamie Kelling looking too strong at this stage. I would like to know why he's called the Yellow Submarine, by the way. The guy that tweeted in, I think it was Ben Simpson.
100.
Can you please explain that to me? Because I get the feeling I may have to watch Jamie Kelling play again. If it's a particularly complicated story, send me a private message. Because I'd love to hear it. It definitely explains the flights. And coming through the New Kids on the Oche thing about 12 years ago. There's a fabulous school of players which have gone on to big things, the likes of Cullen, Michael Smith, Aaron Monk. Kelling should go bull here, and he's got the 164 approach. Wow. He doesn't have the temper of Aaron Monk, that's for sure. But he showed today that he does have the same level of talent.
$60.
Steady stuff to leave the 2-darter after 12. Like I said at the beginning of this game, if Kelling won 4-0, it would be the best individual performance in a league face all week. And that bull leaves double 16.
8 left.
Obviously not ideal, but look at where Darryl is and cheer yourself up there, Jamie. Because you are going to come back for double 4.
99.
Darryl has no answer for what Jamie's got here.
Yeah, and 2.
17-darter it is for Jamie Kelling, who takes a 3-0 lead in no time at all. And you just get the feeling that Darryl Fitton is a little tired after almost 5 days of darts, with Jamie Kelling feeling a little bit fresher. Big smile from the gentle giant there. And it hasn't been his week, but he knows from his experience. As a 58-year-old, there will be more weeks. And we wish him well in his next venture.
60.
I wonder what that will be. Of course, the later part of 2021, there will be Challenge Tour action, I'm sure.
81.
And indeed, WDF action. He will work with some of the youth players as well. And potentially, he has to defend his modern amateur darts English belt.
One.
57.
Kelling doesn't find a treble. And we do know who Darryl will face in the defence of that belt. It will be Ricky King. And it will be Jamie Lewis contending for the Welsh belt against Jim Williams. So the eliminators have been done for that.
180.
The way that Jamie Kelling is playing, I would advise him to play in the MAD World Title Contender event on March 28th. Because the way he's playing, I've got a feeling he might get through it to have a crack at Wayne Warren if he wins that contender event. That looks like it's in.
Yeah, 3.
It is. And so is the double. It's another fine display. And it's a perfect day from Jamie Kelling. Absolutely stunning stuff off the bench. And just like Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, finds the back of the net with an absolutely sublime showing here on Friday. He is the main man. We will tie things up now over the next couple of games. We've got Fallon Sherrock against Barrie Bates in game number 14. 2 more matches remain for Friday afternoon action, and Barrie Bates and Fallon Sherrock will bring to a close their Group B action here. This will be the last game that Fallon plays this week, but not the last game for Barrie Bates, as he has finals action to look forward to tomorrow night. And it's a good job that Barrie played some decent darts today, because Jamie Kelling could have stolen his spot. He's at a perfect 10 day. 10 points from 10.
97.
And the main reason why Barrie Bates is assured of a final spot is because he won 2 matches earlier on. His 12-point haul
42.
has got him to the top 2 in Group B with Adrian Gray, who will finish his campaign next against Diogo Portela.
140.
But we can confirm that Darryl Fitton will finish Group B at the foot of the table by virtue of his 6-point total and minus 13 leg difference. That cannot be changed via the Fallon Sherrock and Diogo Portela positions, because they're on minus 7 in the leg difference. They are now playing for positions 5 and 4.
59.
Jamie Kelling has assured himself of spot number 3 in the table via just 1 day of playing. He's been that good. But if Sherrock wins this game against Bates and Diogo loses to Adrian, she will seal 4th spot.
78.
If she wins and Diogo wins, it depends on the margin of victory. Or indeed, if Sherrock loses and Diogo loses, it's about the margin of defeat. Fallon has won her last 2 matches against Diogo and against Darryl Fitton, so she'll be feeling a lot better than she was this time yesterday, when she went into her last match without a win until she beat...
Yeah, give me 2.
Well, it's 66 out for Barrie Bates. As I stop my sentence, I was talking too much, and Barrie Bates has got himself a 1-0 lead in this best of 7 match. 2 matches to go. I hope you're enjoying this via the Online Darts YouTube channel or via your favourite bookmaker site. That last win for Jamie Kelling as well, a 4-0, is the first 4-0 in this group in the last 2 days. We had to wait an awfully long time for it. Match 28 of 30 to get the first bagel. It's a long time between eats as Fallon gets another one of those collisions.
39.
She's questioning why it's happening. I don't think she knows. There's been a lot of love for Barrie Bates on social media today,
50.
and how hard he has worked. Zippy Saturn on Twitter, also known as Tim. What an utter legend. I agree. He's worked very hard. And somebody just called 180 on Twitter. Okay, that's a bit original. Can you give my mate Chris a shout out? His nickname is the Bedroom Champ. Well, there's a lot of people in the world who think they're the champion of their bedroom. And Ben Simpson has got in touch with clarification about the nickname of Jamie Kelling.
97.
He always used to wear yellow, apparently, and his cover shooting on 19s is very good. He's said it's not a very good story, and
58.
I have to agree, actually, it's not that great. But thanks for telling me anyway, and thanks for allowing me to relate to the darting world. But as far as a concept is concerned, for marketability, I think the Yellow Submarine's a good one. Another 319s. Well, the 1 gives her a shot at the bull.
Yeah, 47 left.
Small 3 was hit, and Barrie Bates can double his lead here with 68. Make that 67. Make that 50.
25 left.
I think the tyres are starting to come off on the players. They're just saying what they've got left. Well, I know how you feel, Fallon. I've done that before. Hitting double 15 instead of a single. But you've got a shot at double 8. And that's what you get. One leg all. Things are getting a little bit funny here as the adrenaline starts to leave the bodies of the players. But they're still trying their best to try and get over the line. And Fallon is still looking for her 3rd win of the day. If Fallon can get that 3rd win of today, she will finish higher in the daily table than Barrie Bates. They currently have 4 points each.
45.
As does Adrian Gray. So if Fallon wins this match, and
140.
Diogo Portela wins the next match, Fallon will finish this table today in 2nd place.
58.
She has played better since a couple of very difficult matches at the start. In losing to Adrian Gray 4-2 and then losing to Jamie Kelling by 4 legs to 1. She's responded brilliantly since then. And like I said about a few players this week,
91.
she's another one who just needs continuous action. Continuous reps. Matches. Needs to just hit the board, as we like to say in the sport. Get on the board every day, but life gets in the way. That's a great dart for the bull.
25 left.
Another fine effort to take the lead. Does Barrie have another big finish in him? Hang on a minute. Oh, and Barrie scares another one. He's been the king of the big finish this week. Double 8 for Fallon once more. Oh, look at that.
8 left.
I have to question, with nothing in the way, that maybe one of those points is blunt. It may need a really good going over with some Simon Whitlock treatment. And Barrie Bates is a stealer.
I was in as well.
And I'm not talking about the Pittsburgh American football team. I'm talking about darts here. And Barrie Bates was very larceny-like with that one as he takes double 8 to take a 2-1 lead. Could have also been talking about the British-based Sheffield hockey team, which is also called the Steelers. I think if Barrie was into ice hockey, he'd be into the Cardiff Devils. He's a Cardiff City fan after all. And after that first day this week, Barrie Bates was wearing his blue shirt. And he did play very under par darts on Monday. And he hasn't worn that shirt since. I'm just wondering if that's a bit of superstition. Hope you guys are gearing up for tonight. As Fallon gets another collision there with that dart in the small 20. That has to be stopped. Tonight's action will start at 9:30 p.m. Can't wait for that. Lots of players for your entertainment purposes. And when you talk about Richie Burnett, entertainment is what you get. Paul Hogan will return, as will Colin Monk, Chaz Barstow and Joe Davis to finalise our finals group for tomorrow night. We will play for around 3 hours this evening.
43.
10 matches for your entertainment. Don't miss it. Treble 18 to lead the double.
56.
And just misses on the overside. Barrie is tapping you on the shoulder, Fallon. Don't miss this. And she doesn't. More evidence that her game is starting to sharpen up as the day goes on. And it's a bit of a shame that this is her last game because she has got better game on game on game. So it's 2-all, and it's now best of 3 going into the final furlong of this game. It has, of course, been a bit of a whirlwind 18 months. 2020 promised so much for Fallon. Trips to New York, Australia, New Zealand, and potentially back to Japan, which I know she really does enjoy. But the pandemic has stopped everything in its tracks.
45.
And as a consequence, she may have to start everything from scratch, really. That Madison Square Garden gig for the World Series was going to be a big deal. I think we're all in the darting community quite disappointed that it couldn't happen. So let's just hope that it does happen in the future.
41.
They are starting to welcome fans at sporting events down in the Oceanic region. And I get messages from my friends down in Australia all the time talking about the weather, and yes, they are making me jealous. There's nothing wrong with living in Europe, though. It's a beautiful continent
44.
with lots of interesting people and lots of fantastic dart players.
Oh no, 44.
Barrie Bates is looking at a 3-2 lead here. Is it another ton plus finish for Barrie?
98.
Well, when he misses, it's greeted with a noise. And this match will be getting away from Fallon if Barrie Bates finds double 5.
Yeah, yeah, me too.
It's a really good find. And I think the trend this week for players has been more games feeling sharper. Barrie Bates is the epitome of that, and he's one leg away from winning his final group match of the week. In qualification, of course, for the finals, where it will be the same format as this evening. 5 players, 4 matches. Whoever gets the most points, and best leg difference, of course, if it needs to be separated.
96.
But it proves that group format darts is ever so much as exciting as knockout darts.
Oh no.
96.
I wonder if Barrie Bates will go 19s first with 309. I've talked about this all week long, and the amount of players that don't do it. And he doesn't do it. He can lead a horse to water and all of that, but he's not going to change his tactics at this stage of his life at the age of 51. She is correct. 86 left. It will be quite astounding if we have 30 games in this group and only one of them is a 4-0. The last game for Kelling against Fitton, which was 4-0. Well, that's 27 and 12, which is 39 off 86. It's like countdown in this visit, Fallon. Come on. 47?
32.
Yes, I got it right. Don't always get it right. 170 for the win. Is not scared whatsoever.
66.
But he does find a treble eventually. Double 16. Double 8 to stay in this match.
16.
And that could be the last dart she throws this week. And in countdown terms, Barrie Bates is looking for 1 from the top and any other 2. That leaves 89.
89.
1 from the bottom and 1 to the side. And nobody's getting what they want. Nobody can put it together. Until Fallon Sherrock, of course, finds 16 and equalises at 3 legs all. There is something on the line in this match, of course. If Fallon wins this match, she will go above Barrie Bates in the table and have a chance at getting second spot for today. That will then depend on what happens with Adrian Gray.
16.
A win in this leg for Fallon, she will finish the day on 6 points and an even leg difference. And that would mean that any win for Adrian Gray would solidify second spot on the table for today.
$81.
Let's not forget that the top spot in the Group B table is still up for grabs.
Not again.
And even Barrie Bates has started to recognise what is happening with Fallon's darts. He said, not again. If Barrie wins this match, he will go to 14 points for the group. And that will force Adrian Gray to beat Diogo Portela to get top spot in the group. So there are things on the line.
Oh, wow.
You want to go into the finals as the top dog in your group. It could be Barrie Bates.
60.
Can you imagine if he finishes the top of the group after becoming the bottom person in Group A? What a turnaround that would be.
81.
Well, he's got at least 6 darts from 215 to negotiate this match and put all of the pressure on Adrian Gray.
100.
You've worked very hard, Barrie. Every morning this week and every early afternoon. You're 3 darts away from having a morning off to then play tomorrow night. He's going to need another 3.
39.
At least another 3, you'd think. It's been a valiant effort today from Fallon, who has had adversity with darts on the floor and lots of near misses. But she has just piled the pressure on Barrie here. 1 dart at double top and just underneath. He made a noise like he was falling out of a plane there.
Or is that in?
That is in the 11. And that leaves you the equivalent of treble 11. So you can go 11 double 11 if you want. Well, that's 9.
20.
That leaves double 12. And double 12 is wired.
I was like, go anywhere down.
Roundabout sort of way, she got there almost. And Barrie finds double 10 and he goes top of the Group B table. Now the question remains in our last match of this session, can Adrian Gray usurp him and get number 1 spot for himself against Diogo Portela? Welcome back to the final game of Group B, the 15th and final game of today's early session.
Where it all started now.
And this will be the precursor to what we see tonight potentially, when we have 10 more games for your entertainment purposes from 9:30 tonight in a mere 7.5 hours. Something in the region of 9 hours in between last night's session and this morning. So we are going gung-ho with darts, with the Online Darts Live League. But it's not been Diogo Portela's group. He has only picked up 2 points today, even though he's played quite well. If he wants to finish in 4th spot in the table, a win against Adrian Gray here would seal that. But to stop Barrie Bates from being the top dog in Group B, Adrian Gray needs to win this best of 7 match to finish on 14 points for the group and a better leg difference than that of Barrie Bates. So there is definitely something on the line, even though Adrian knows that he is in the finals tomorrow night.
42.
If he is unable to get the win, well, Barrie Bates will have gone from bottom spot in Group A to top in Group B.
100.
And I know there are a lot of people out there having a little flutter on things, but I'm not sure there have been many people who have had a back on that.
$131.
Good darts from Adrian to lead 270. Now he's just got a ton down to leave the finish. It's been a frustrating day for Diogo, it has to be said. Just when he was starting to become really sharp and energised, he seemed to hit the wall a little bit. And great dart players performing at their best, it's a mix of energy, sharpness, and being ready mentally. I think at times today Diogo has found that, but the more he plays long format days like this, the better he will find that zone, in my opinion. He needs to return home after this excursion and continue to play multiple games a day, because it will be to his benefit.
83.
Used to live in Lancashire, of course, near Preston, in between the towns of Preston and Chorley. I believe he's now moved to the Cambridgeshire area, not that far from Martin Adams. No shot at tops for the first leg, and has somehow only managed to score 60 there. 60 more required for Diogo. And that is a very sharp finish for the Brazilian, who takes a 1-0 lead in his quest to get another victory and to cost Adrian Gray a spot at the top of the Group B table. I haven't seen Adrian in a little while, and he is starting to get a little thinner on top, which doesn't suit him because he's a particularly snazzy dude. We have seen dart players who have struggled with hair loss, and
58.
the likes of Raymond van Barneveld and Danny Noppert and Joe Cullen have utilised modern means to try and keep their locks. Could just go full Scott Waits and shave off the top bit and just grow a beard instead. Well, has to be said, it's a very impressive beard that Adrian has. But it's not as good as Scott Waits.
134.
We had this debate yesterday, so I'm not going to go on about it too much more. But I think, for me, Scott Waits has got the best beard in darts right now.
140.
Another would be handy. 25.
130.
The 25 would have left the finish of 170. Adrian's got 118 left. That leaves 64. Just doing his maths. If you get it wrong, Adrian, the kids at the academy will know. So don't get it wrong, and he hasn't got it wrong. Perfectly done.
54, 48 and a 3.
105.
Always feels a little bit like a jab in the back when your opponent tells you what you scored and you can't figure it out. You just want to turn around and say, yes, I know.
143.
It's the closest you get to a darting hockey being the same as a classroom. 88. 480, great. And he has found it. It is 1-1 in the 15th game of today's action. It's been fascinating from start to finish to see who would get through. We know who was through, but will Diogo Portela return the favour after Adrian Gray takes leg 2? Only 3 matches going the distance in this session, with Darryl Fitton beating Adrian Gray 4-3. Then Fallon Sherrock beating Darryl Fitton 4-3. And then the last match with Barrie Bates beating Fallon Sherrock 4-3. Will this one go the distance? We will find out in the coming legs. Everybody who has joined in on social media, thank you very much for your company today. It's been my pleasure
134.
to give you the shout outs and to call in the action for you. We have 20 more matches to come for you over the next 36 hours. 10 tonight, 10 tomorrow. And we hope you can join us via your favoured bookmaker or the Online Darts YouTube channel. Whichever you choose, it's entirely up to you. And get your questions in for tonight. I will keep my Twitter feed handy
100.
for all your questions in relation to what should be an entertaining evening. It was last night with the likes of Barstow and Burnett and Hogan and Colin Monk and Joe Davis. Can't forget about Joe.
57.
He's been picking up some experience this week, hasn't he? Against some stellar names.
$100.
Score halved by Diogo. But Adrian Gray is already under 100. He does not get a shot at the bullseye though. Cardinal sin of being greedy on the inner ring, and you know it, Adrian, you know it.
$78.
What's the point of having that big fat 20 to use when you don't use it? Two double tops aren't going to go. I don't blame him for going double there. That is the right thing to do. So technically, Diogo Portela has not missed a double in this match yet, even though he missed double top there. Double six is not missed by Adrian Gray, who takes a 2-1 lead after 3. We are getting very close to the end of the session, and Adrian Gray is getting closer to being the top dog in Group B. Can he do it? He was the top player yesterday. He was not the top player today, because that was Jamie Kelling. He was perfect.
$60.
But to be the overall number 1 will be very good for his confidence going into the finals.
$60.
The team behind Adrian Gray is quite vast. He's got kids at home. He's got dogs. His wife Abby.
180.
His mate Jordan. And I think we've just had a sung 180 there from Adrian Gray, who pops a smile. Great to see.
125.
Everybody's singing now. You can tell that Adrian is in a darting household because the soft tip machines you might have seen online or at your local sports bar, he's got one in his lounge. I have quizzed him actually. Since, well,
93.
not recently, but I said to him, when are you going to get one of those Darts Live 3 machines? The new soft tip boards that they use in the Far East. They are a bit of kit. I guarantee you, if I won the lottery, that would be something I would buy. I had the experience of playing on a Darts Live 3 in Japan in January of last year.
59.
And I have to say, I didn't want to stop playing on it. It was so much fun. 18 for tops for 3-1 lead to be within one of top spot. He's not that far away.
51.
And based on what we've seen from Diogo in this match so far, an 83 average, you don't expect this to go. And it's not going to do so. Adrian averaging
60.
just a shade over 90. It's been a tidy display so far. Eagle-eyed looking at double 10.
In one.
And that's beautiful. One leg away from finishing the group as number one. Can he do it? And he doesn't want to do a Barrie Bates from yesterday where he was 3-1 up and lose at 4-3. But I don't think he's going to do that the way he's playing. It's a very tidy game. 90 average. 40% on doubles.
$100.
If he can win this leg, Adrian would finish the group on 14 points. And a leg difference of plus
23.
13. The astounding thing is that Jamie Kelling, in the group table for B, is going to have the best leg difference of everybody after one day. He's had the best individual display of the week. A perfect 10 points and plus 14.
45.
One leg better than that of Robert Thornton from Wednesday. So, MVP of the week. Gotta say it. Jamie Kelling today. Statistics don't lie. And points don't lie. We know other people have had better averages. Richie Burnett with the best average of the week of 109. But Richie Burnett has not had a perfect day points-wise, has he? Not yet. He might get 8 points tonight, and if he does,
Come on.
he very well could be in the finals. And there are a lot of people tonight who are thinking, how do we choose between Paul Hogan,
28.
Richie Burnett, Chaz Barstow, and possibly Joe Davis for tomorrow night's final? Someone's going to go home. I think the Richie Burnett fan base will be out in force tonight to try and see their man through to the finals.
$100.
Steady ton. In most circumstances, 80 Gray would have 6 darts from here. 180 and a 42 out. Simple as that. That's what he's thinking. But now he's got to go 18s. Sensible stuff from the Conqueror.
92.
He sets up a match-winning 130 if Diogo doesn't find this shot. But he might. But he might.
100.
And he's over the bar. Adrian gets his first chance to Finish the job. That is perfect. As is that. Double 5.
Ah,
And he comes up way short. And the time between darts 2 and 3 was a lot shorter than darts 1 and 2. And I get the feeling he rushed it. Double 9 for Diogo.
$27.
Not to be for the man in yellow. And Adrian Gray has missed one match dart. He gets 2 more at double 2. Finish the session on double 1. And that is exactly what Adrian Gray does. He has finished top of Group B. Robert Thornton finished top of Group A. Barrie Bates has joined both of those gentlemen into the finals. And we are done for this session. But don't forget about tonight. 9:30. Think of the talent you've got coming. Barstow, Burnett, Joe Davis, Paul Hogan, Colin Monk. Don't miss it. Join us on the Online Darts YouTube channel or via your favourite bookmaker site from 9:30 British time. I, Paul the Asset Nicholson, will be here. Will you? That is the question.